fun, guys.
All right, so we will.
Bye, Kel.
So yeah, who knows?
Wait, do I have to go back to my thing to change my name so it says?
I changed my name,
name.
I changed mine and it didn't change it. And
Okay, so I'm not going to touch it then.
Yeah, don't worry about it. No. Yeah, don't worry about it for now.
If you go to the gear wheel up at the top of the key, like where it shows all the rolls and stuff.
Oh, there it is.
It says display name, and then you just hitting it.
Yeah, that's very good.
There we go.
Sweet.
Nice.
there we go. Okay. Getty, you rejoining?
Yeah, I'm in right now.
Yeah, he's Yokota.
Okay, so I'll just go with my description.
Okay.
It's a wood elf, a male wood elf, key artist called Key Artist Treeborn, about 5'11", green eyes, black hair.
Cool. Okay. And next up would be Ridgery.
Yes, I am Ridgery Tenpenny, a halfling rogue, of noble descent, of a merchant family, brown hair, brown eyes, very naive to the way the world really is.
Okay. And let's see, that'll bring us to Leliana.
Yes, I am Leliana. I am a half-elf cleric. Really long, curly red hair, deep blue eyes. Just she, you know, I haven't quite worked out her personality just yet. More or less, the only thing that really she knows of her past is that one of her parents, we don't know who, that somebody dropped her off on the doorstep of a temple, and there she was raised, became a cleric.
Okay, excellent. Okay. And Ukoda, tell us about yourself. Brief description and...
Hail, citizens. I am a Triton, people of the ocean. I'm a warlock, and very little amuses me aside from seek of power.
Interesting.
I have a blue mohawk that is it's actually a fin, and I can breathe in the water. That's about all I got.
Hell yeah. Okay.
He's 5'8" and he's not scrawny, but he's not big.
Okay. Swimmer's body, you might say.
Yeah.
Aquaman was OP in Injustice, just saying.
And probably here too. I see. So, let's see. And
I just realized Zach's name is God. Sorry.
And last but not least, if you would, Persephone. Tell us about yourself.
Persephone is stitched together from various body parts. She's not always there in the head, but she tries to be useful when she can. She's always carrying around her husband, Miguel, who is just a disembodied skull, basically.
So the skull of your husband?
The skull of my husband, yes. And she likes to talk to him as if he is still alive. And to what she knows he is.
She's... Okay, excellent. Okay, so you've all been found ways to... I'm sorry?
What class is Jeff? Your ranger?
Persephone is actually on her way to becoming a necromancer.
She is
a wizard.
She's starting out as a wizard. Okay, so Again, your time in Daggerford has been very. It's a way to get by, but perhaps not get ahead. It is there's still much to learn about the world, but the the higher ups have taken notice because of your several times that you've had to go out and defend this city from the beasts of the wild, have proven to be quite valiant and hasn't gone unnoticed. Um, Duchess Morwen of Daggerford is having guests for dinner, and you've been invited. Um, and you count Lady Morwen as a friend and a benefactor. So this cool autumn breeze is blowing through the streets as you make your way to the keep. You make your way up the stairs to the lavish abode of the Duchess of Morrowind. You're greeted, the doors open before you as you ascend the stairs. And one by one, ask you to file into the grand dining room. And you can hear the winds outside. Slight music plays from the other room. You sit down to the smells of what smells like a poultry cooking, roasting on a fire. Quite possibly the pheasant that you had killed out on the day's hunt earlier today. You can hear outside the cool autumn breeze blowing through the streets. A tall woman with a high collar on her dress comes in. The familiar visage of the Duchess Morwen of Daggerford herself, as she bids you to sit down and join her for dinner. What would you like to do?
Are there any
Sit
hors
down.
d'oeuvres or anything already out on the table?
There are some lightly cured meats and some late autumn fruits, some bits of apple and small things that look almost like crab apples, and a few cherries, set out on platters on the table already, along with a nice selection of cheese. What looks to be, or actually would be, the butler that answered the door, comes in and will it be wine or ale this evening?
A clever jest. I will have wine.
Wine it is, good sir.
I will have ale.
And he
One
rushes
will be fine.
from the room to go and retrieve your beverages as the Duchess bids you to take a seat.
I would like to greet the Duchess in a manner that a noble would, gently grabbing her hand in a low, sweeping bow, and graciously thank her for inviting us.
Okay. Real quickly before because the Discord overlay, where do I find that? Because I can't tell who's talking sometimes.
It's
on my, let's see, it's going to be a settings overlay. There it is. Enable in-game overlay. Shift plus.
if you can't tell my voice from the rest of
I know, I got you. Okay, avatar, display names. Okay, it's not coming up. Okay.
I think it only comes up in game.
Okay, so it won't come up on my desktop?
Now, if you keep like the Discord window just really small in like the corner of your second monitor, that'd probably be best.
I hadn't even thought of that. Okay, let's see. Let's do Discord. Bam. See if I can take this and all the way over there. Okay. Okay, that should work. Okay, so wait, who was?
That was Ridgery Tenpenny.
Perfect. Oh my God, that's so brilliant, Getty. Thank you. I keep forgetting I've got the extra monitor there. I put it on my desk for one purpose, and that was for recording. And I always forget it's over there. Okay. Okay, so again, the conversation turns, or stays on very pleasant topics for, about how the harvest is going, and how well the hunts have been going lately. The pheasant that you were served for dinner is actually the pheasant that you had just gone out and hunted and helped with earlier in the day. It's served with a hot and spicy soup. But as the meal progresses, the Duchess seems a bit more out of sorts than usual.
As Persephone is sitting down with Miguel in her lap, she's actually taking apart the meat and putting the bones in a bag.
Okay, good to know. Is there anything that you would like to discuss while you're at dinner? Anything that you feel like needs to be brought up with the Duchess? Or you just continue dining and small talk?
I would like to inquire as to what she's going to do with those bones.
Directing your question to
Persephone.
Persephone?
Yes.
I would like to sew them together and make my own animal soon.
Oh, I'm sorry I asked.
I do treasure a good pet.
You said the Duchess was
the
looking out of sorts.
yes, it's just like and when you mention making your own pet, she kind of gives a bit of a start, and it's like, my Persephone, you've always been a bit of a strange one, but how, pray tell, would you make your own pet?
Just as Miguel used to make his own. Put them together with some wire and treat them like your own children.
Oh, you gave me a bit of a start. I thought for a moment you were talking about bringing the dead back to life, but
Persephone just sits there and smiles.
I do have something that I need to discuss with you. While I do enjoy your company, there's something that we might need your help with. Just outside the south walls of the city, before the bridge, a band of wayward travelers is camped. They seemed harmless at first, but I've received reports they've begun harassing townsfolk and other visitors as they come and go, demanding money, wine, threatening to put hexes on anyone who doesn't pay up. I ordered several guards to scare away the visitors, these people camping, but when the guards returned, it seems like they spoke also sympathetically of these beggars. Is this something you might be interested in helping me with?
Certainly we can help you, milady. If all we need to do is go talk to them.
That is all I wish. I do not desire armed conflict. I just want to send a stern message. On my behalf. You would be speaking for me, the Duchess.
Is there any symbol we could take with us so that they would know it came directly from you?
Well, absolutely. You can see one of my bannermen, and you can carry my banner if you think it will help. But I want them to know, if they don't leave before dawn, I'll burn their wagons to the ground.
We'll see it done, my lady.
Gary's internet died.
I'm back.
One bit.
So did you hear what the Duchess is asking you to do?
Not a word.
Okay. She is
We're basically going to go threaten people that are threatening the town. So.
Yeah, they're camping outside the town and demanding money and threatening to hex people and hurt people.
Demanding money and wine.
And wine.
Yeah, so we're going to go tell them
Very
to
specific.
get the fuck out, or we're going to burn your shit.
Yeah, so that's what her final words were. If she wants you to deliver a stern message on her behalf. If they don't leave before dawn, I'll burn their wagons to the ground.
Then it appears it shall be done.
Very good. We'll continue our dinner, and she begins to relax a bit. And dinner proceeds. Is there anything else that you would like to talk to about before you wrap up your dinner?
I would like to ask if she knows the number of the group, how large the group is, before we go and see them.
By all reports I've heard, it's only about a dozen men and women, but still, is threatening of hexes, and this constant asking for coin and wine. Just don't need common drunks and well, I don't know, gypsies just harassing the people of Daggerford.
Has there been any reports of children? Just in case it does come to a fight.
I have not personally heard of any children with them.
One thing of concern, milady.
Did somebody just fall in the toilet?
No,
That's what
that
it
was my
sounded like.
son putting his toys away.
Okay. Cool, as long as everybody's asses are dry. Good. Okay, so anything else in any other information you seek, or anything that you would like to do?
One thing of concern, milady. Of all people to choose, why us? Certainly, other than our bag of bones carrying friend here, we are not the most intimidating looking group.
No, but you've been most efficient with the hunts, and well, when that dire wolf came and was threatening children in the corn planter's field, well, you were effective enough at scaring him away. So, even though the conflict never came to blows, I know that you can be intimidating when you need be.
Fair enough.
And besides, my guards, I don't know, it's like they've all gone soft or something. They came back talking about, what good and merry folk they were. And, what's the harm in asking for a little wine? They all had this look in their eyes. It's just like...
Do you think, my lady, perhaps they were charmed?
I think perhaps they could have been. And I know some of you, well, I have my ears out. I know some of you have dabbled in magic. My guards are just, well, they're really just well-dressed thugs. They're not
I say
real.
you cut their rations. That'll gruff them up real good.
Oh, well, trust me, they haven't been able to carry out my orders as efficiently as I would expect them to for what they get paid. So they will be dealt with.
Indeed.
When do we leave?
Well, again, finish your pheasant. How do you like the soup? It's the peppers are coming in incredibly well this autumn. I do enjoy the spice.
As they're talking, I'm currently trying to shovel food into Miguel's mouth and just smiling and holding him.
Okay, cool.
Disgusting.
I turn and look at Persephone, slowly shake my head, and return to my food.
Persephone, if you would roll a D100 for me.
Oh,
Do you have your dice in front of you?
You can type slash.
I don't. Yeah,
roll.
I have my dice right here.
Okay, because you do have a dice roller on the sidebar
Mm-hmm.
to the left, and you can type in commands.
I'm pretty sure you can type it though.
D100 is 2D10.
Oh, okay. So wait. It's the dice with like the 0, 0, 20, 30, and the dice with 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 8. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
So the D10, Chrissy, is the larger looking diamond one.
Okay. I think that would be 8. Strangely.
0, 8.
0, 0, and 1, 8.
0, 0, and 1, 8. Oh, and an 8. Okay. Yeah. So
Yeah.
that would be 8. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So then again, you keep shoving the food into Miguel's mouth, and as everybody looks on.
Lorelai just chuckled.
Okay, so
My husband gets terribly hungry sometimes. I'm sorry. He's such an impolite eater.
Luckily, we've grown accustomed to his feedings.
I would like to use the moment of distraction to see if anything on the table looks to be of worth.
oh yes, there's fine silver. Like all of your dining implements are, the forks, the spoons for your soups, the knives for your pheasant are all made of some of the finest silver imaginable. I mean, this is no meager dinner that you're at. And the wine goblets are made of very, very finely crafted crystal. As a matter of fact, if you look as you're examining your wine glass, it looks as if inside the crystal glass there are actual crystals embedded in the stem of the wine glass.
I would like to attempt to try and pocket one of these glasses.
Okay. Okay.
Typical road.
Make your sleight of hand check.
Is that a 1d7?
That's right. That's roll your 20.
Ooh, and that's plus
Plus your sleight of hand, so that's going to be
14.
14 total.
Yes.
So yeah, you're able to actually and tip up your wine glass and finish all of it. And as you do, you make a gesture of stretching. And while one hand is raised up, as you sort of stretch your back out, as you're standing, you go to put it looks like you put the wine glass on your table as you slip it just inside your coat, and it doesn't appear that anyone notices.
Okay.
Yeah. So, the Duchess stands and says, thank you most graciously. Would you get rid of these interlopers? Well, they haven't really come into the city. They're still the pests where they are, outside of our fair city's walls. Once you've taken care of this, I'll make sure that you're compensated well for it. There'll be coin in it all for you all, and of course, you'll be eating at my table for the next week. No more cheap tavern food for you.
Oh, excellent.
As you wish, milady.
And she bids you good evening as the evening gathers. The sun has gone down, candles around the manor are lit. The fires are crackling as you step back out into the crisp fall breeze. You hear the sound of the trees rustling in the distance, and you can hear the gurgling sounds of the river to the south as you make your way through the streets of Daggerford. And what exactly, again, what would you like to do? Where would you like to go?
Did we have all of our equipment on us as we were eating dinner?
Yes, we're gonna for the sake, unless you tell me that you're taking your equipment and putting it somewhere else, we're going to assume you have your equipment with you at all times. You know, it's like you can take your pack off to dine. You can, you know, if you have swords and arrows, these are considered the accoutrement of your trade, of the things that you do. So people in this town are used to seeing you with these things.
I would like to turn to the rest of the group and ask, are we going to deal with these people in the morning or tonight?
I think this matter is better taken care of immediately.
Well, the way it was told to me as a young sapling, mother didn't raise no bitch.
How does a sapling grow underwater?
Oh, there are many things of the sea you do not know, Earth Dweller. I will show you someday.
Better to
I'll
take
take
care
your
of
word
it now
for it.
than wait till the morning.
You wish to wait for the morning?
No, I said it's better to take care of it now than to wait for the morning. Who
Agreed.
knows how
Yo.
drunk they'll end up getting during the night.
Yeah.
It's only a matter of time before they decide to sneak in and wreak havoc upon the town.
Wait, what was that, Miguel? Persephone takes the skull and puts it to her ear.
Oh,
Should we bring wine to them? I do certainly like that idea. Miguel thinks that we should go to them and bring wine and perhaps do some investigative work under the guise of kindness.
The dead man's skull might be onto something.
Ah, much like a dwarven horse.
Exactly.
I am completely for this. Now, where do we acquire wine?
Well, we could go to the nearest tavern and, of course, only buy the cheapest stock.
Friends, I don't know how to tell you this. I don't have any money.
Perhaps we should go back and ask the lady.
Or maybe the tavern keeper would be able or willing to trade some wine for this. And I present the chalice that I swiped from the table.
Yeah.
Of course you did.
You're a smart one, Ridri.
Ridri, why would you get rid of your family heirloom for us?
It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Persephone. I don't think it's his family's heirloom.
She has a blank look on her face and she doesn't quite understand.
Liliana
What do you
just
mean it's
pats
not
her on the
his?
shoulder.
Well, shall we off to the tavern then?
It doesn't matter, Persephone.
Well,
He's going to
thank you
trade
for
it.
the pat, Liana.
Might I make a recommendation?
Of course.
We should go to the Happy Cow.
Why the happy cow?
Oh, I've had many voluptuous nights in that place. Perhaps they'll remember me.
This is why I don't go to the Happy Cow. I prefer Lady Luck.
Well,
They know me there.
I'll tell you what, flip a coin for it.
What is that, a D2?
Problem is, I don't have a coin.
Just roll a d20, call it high or low.
Oh yeah, we can do that. High will be left the cow.
I'll call high.
Okay. And it is low. We are going to Lady Luck.
So it shall be.
Okay, so
Maybe
you
that is maybe for the best. It is closer to where we need to go.
so you guys make your way to Lady Luck. And the streets are becoming fairly quiet this evening. The brisk fall breeze cutting through the streets, past doorways. Again, the doorway of Lady Luck is always looking inviting. The sounds of people dining, drinking, laughing coming from inside. As you approach the door, a large male comes. The door bursts open, and you can smell the smell of pipe smoke and wood smoke, and the sound grows louder as people engaging in drink and inside the bar.
Ladies first.
How kind. I walk on in.
Persephone smiles and just walks in as well.
I knew not Ridgery was a man of chivalry.
It's in my blood. And I walk in after them.
I follow Ridgery inside.
Okay, so again, you make your way inside.
Oh, this is a nice touch.
Do I hear background?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh.
You just entered
I
the
thought it was
you
going
just
crazy.
you just entered the tavern. You just entered the tavern. It's a lively place. There are at least a dozen, perhaps 15, 20 people all over, engaged in gaming dice. There's a couple of older women leaned up against the bar, smoking pipes, and with clear cups that look like clear glasses that look like they're filled with like a dark whiskey or an even darker rum. The barkeep behind the bar, a tall, buxom woman, is busy wiping the bar top down with a rag, and swapping jokes back and forth with a couple of the other patrons. Again, what would you like to do?
I would like to go to the farthest end of the bar and motion to the barkeep.
Ah, Ridgery, you scoundrel. How are you doing tonight?
Well, hello, love. I've got another one for you. Pull out the chalice.
This looks like it came from the Duchess's house herself.
Oh,
Hey.
does it?
I haven't seen glassware this fine in quite some time.
Persephone perks up and she goes, "Oh, what a coincidence! We just went to her place. It's weird. She has the same taste as your family with their heirlooms."
It's crazy how people of money don't really differ from town to town. Anyway.
So, what are you looking for? What are you looking for tonight, love? You wanting to sell this, or you want me to fill it?
Normally I would fence, but tonight we have a task ahead of us, and we are in need of as much wine as you are willing to give us for this.
Hold on a moment. And she takes it and holds it up to the firelight, and takes and polishes the edges of it with her rag a little bit, and she tips it over and pours just a little touch of wine into it, and then dips her finger in the wine, and then becomes just rubbing it around the top of it, and the crystal in the glass begins to singing out one clear note as she massages and rubs the top of this chalice, and she's like, ha 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 ha. This will get you at least one bottle of our mid-grade stuff.
Surely you jest.
Oh, come on. What are you trying to do? Break me? I mean,
Perhaps then we shall spring for the cheap stuff. If we can get more bottles, I think that's all that matters.
Oh, so you take 2 bottles of swill.
Well, it's not for us.
I was thinking more about 5 of the bottles of swill.
Whoa, 5 bottles.
You pretend that I haven't been in your storeroom.
Oh, 1 second, and she takes and pours out the wine that she pours the wine that she had poured into the glass down her throat, tosses it back. It's like, oh, don't take me for a fool. You don't have a business like this by just giving away bottles of wine. Come on. All right, I'll give you 2.
Persephone speaks up, and she says something about, doesn't this town have a problem with those bandits that just want money and wine? Wouldn't this be a good way to help us get rid of them?
Okay, make a persuasion check.
Ooh, let's see, persuasion. 7.
7?
7.
You know, I've been hearing about them. They have been causing some problems. But I don't know. I mean, this wine is expensive these days. Come on, what do you say? Will you take the 2?
Well, wouldn't you want to get rid of them rather permanently? Perhaps you can help us poison these bandits.
Surely they're affecting your business too.
No.
What you're not asking me to participate in murder, are you?
No.
Please ignore
No, we are not. No.
this one.
We'll have you know that this is sanctioned by the Duchess herself.
That's what I was.
Well, Wood Elf, can you
Now,
can you
now,
take the bone carrying
now,
lady
now,
somewhere?
now, who just said it was sanctioned by the Duchess herself?
Ukoda.
I need you to make a persuasion check with advantage.
9 plus, what is that would be a 12.
12? Hey, okay. All right, well, if this is at the Duchess's behest, then here you can keep the goblet, and here, take the 5 bottles. She's been very, very good and very gracious with me when it comes to my taxes. I didn't want to arouse her anger. You should have said so in the first place. Have a good evening. Thank you so much. Would you care for one for the road? As a matter of fact, she pulls up a 6th bottle of wine and sets it up there and sets it, pushes it across to you.
I found my vigor seems to go away when I drink too much, so I'm going to pass.
I just start putting bottles in my pack.
Okay, excellent.
I'm stood beside the, with my back like, near the front door, with my back against the wall, just watching the room.
Okay.
Oh, friends. I just realized, did any of us grab one of the banners from the Duchess's place?
We'll say for the sake of gameplay that because she did ask you to take one that it was presented to you on your way out the door. So it's I'm not going to punish you for punish players for something that was already implied.
I would have just sent the agile wood elf back.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest asking a guard at the gate as we leave.
So that was something that I kind of implied. So that's I think you guys you're good with that one.
Okay. Shall we be on then?
Yes, let's.
Okay.
Once we're done with this business, we can return and have a drink of our own.
So, again, as you make your way out, back to the streets, the wind blowing, and you make your way out of the front door, and back towards the south where the gates are. Excuse me, back to the east, west, back towards the main gates of the city, and you make your way out into the open autumn sky. You take a... Wow, I can't believe I just learned that. You following the old road out as it zigzags back up to the tradeway. And there, coming into view, you see...
As
Yes?
who is carrying the wine, by the way?
They're in my bag.
I turn to you with a little smile on my face, and I tell you that I have an idea. Perhaps if I used acid splash inside the wine, bottles of wine, we can rid ourselves of these bandits.
I'm just gonna keep walking like she never said that.
I just smile.
Okay, so...
Hey, as we're walking, she's holding the skull,
Mhm.
just casually glancing at it. Is there a visible wound to the skull?
There's actually a crown on it.
Ooh.
A little thorn crown, actually.
If you would like to describe Miguel's skull now that other players are looking at it and they're asking questions about it, that would be great.
She seems a little possessive over her skull, and she holds it to her tightly. But it's just an older skull with several teeth missing. No points of or damage to the skull itself, and that was not how the individual died.
Okay.
Okay, that's all I was looking for. I was looking for like a piercing hole in it or a bludgeoning crack or something like that.
Okay, very good. So you make your way down again, South Road. They're just on the other side of the bridge on the tradeway, up on the hills, back inside the trees, but close enough to the road where they could make themselves a nuisance. You see, as the evening does grow dark, a dozen men and women gathered around a crackling bonfire. They look like they're in good spirits. You can see a few of them dance, and you can hear them singing around the fire, while others appear to find their happiness in their flasks and wineskins. 3 barrel-topped wagons are parked at odd angles, tied to a nearby tree. Grazing are half a dozen draft horses, wearing bright coats with bangles and tassels.
Are we within, like,
You're approaching the bridge. The bridge is about it spans the river of about 60 feet. You can see them off. They're about 120 feet away. It's quite dark. The water gurgling underneath you. You can hear the river as it's moving at a normal pace for this time of year, but it's brisk and the water is very dark. As you make your way across the bridge closer to this encampment and their 6 draft horses,
I'd like to get everybody's attention and say to them.
And this is right around here is where you see them camped.
Okay. So I'd like to turn to the group and say, okay, so before we just walk up and hand them wine and tell them to go away, we should elect a spokesperson for the group.
Oh, Miguel should. Persephone
No.
holds out the skull.
Absolutely not. I think it should be the tree boy.
You have to be joking, little one.
You seem to like to talk. They'll respect you.
Why not yourself? You're the one with the silver tongue.
Thinks he has a silver tongue.
Is
It's
that
just
is that you?
silver-plated,
Wait a
sweetheart.
minute. Is that you speaking in character, or is that you said? Or is that
Yes.
okay?
In
In
Cool.
character.
Fucking excellent.
It's just simply silver plated. I'm not really one for the front lines, we should say.
If it comes to conversation,
I don't know.
I'll
You
be
seem
happy
to have handled yourself really well in the tavern back there.
That he did. If it comes to conversation, I'll be happy to be the mouth of the not the Baron, of the Duchess. But I'll tell you, the way that I would like to handle this is not quite conventional.
Go
Ooh,
on.
are you going to kill them?
No, Persephone, no.
I would
no.
Persephone looks dejected and a little sad.
I would prefer to not kill them, as that is ungentlemanly. However, if it comes to it, I am prepared. My plan, and I'm not like projecting my voice when I say this, but I'm saying it loud enough that the group can hear. I have in me the ability to create smoke and fog. So I'm thinking we give them, let's call it a psychological scare.
It sounds
No.
like a thriller.
Well, I can use thaumaturgy as well, if that will help out.
Perhaps. Just keep that ready in case we need some amplification of sorts.
Of course.
Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, you can be our fish mouth. Let's go.
Ukoda actually like straightens his back out like he's proud at the fish mouth comment.
Yes.
And he continues to walk. So I would like to stay roughly 15, 20 feet away. So approaching them, is there any shrubbery, or is there any kind of, I guess, cover or concealment between us and them?
As you're making your way through the dark, they hold on one second.
They're in a forest, aren't they? It's
Yeah,
just
they're up in,
wooded area?
they're kind of off the road a little bit, off into the tree line. Their fire is burning bright, and they do not seem to take notice of you as you cross the bridge. A couple of men and women dancing with great vigor, and you hear laughter ring out.
I would like to count how many there are, if I can see
Make
the camp clearly.
make a perception check.
I'm the wrong person for that, but let's do it. That's a 5.
5.
Oh
There-
my God.
There are 6 that you can see clearly.
Okay.
Probably a stupid question, but can I like try and move closer and have a look myself?
So are you trying to? Okay, because now that you're across the bridge, you're about 60 feet away from them. They were
Okay.
about 120 feet before. Now that you've crossed the bridge, so what are you going to try to do? You want to try to sneak up next to them? Try to.
I would like to get low and behind some cover, close enough to perhaps pick up a conversation.
Okay, so you're gonna
Yeah,
go. So you're gonna try. Okay, so who all's making their way up there?
I will.
Ukoda will be in the front.
I'll stay back
Okay, so
I will
and
also stay
watch.
back.
Yeah.
so Persephone, Ridri, and
Kiordis.
Leliana.
Leliana are staying back. Ukoda,
Oh yeah.
okay, and Kiertis are going to go ahead and try to. So you guys go ahead and make a stealth check as you make your way through the woods.
All of us?
No, just the ones who are trying to move up. The others of you, because you're outside of the light of their fire.
That is a 19 for me, and forests are my favorite terrain.
Nice. Okay.
That's an 8 for me.
Okay.
it's fine. I kind of planned on this.
So as you're making your way up there, it's Kiartis. Am I pronouncing that name right?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
the C's. It's spelled like it's pronounced like a K. So
Yeah,
Kiartis.
Kiartis. Okay, I just want to make sure I get over the characters now. So Kiartis is very deftly. He's like he knows the woods well. Being born of them, he's able to just move nearly silently. Just a whisk. He sounds like the wind moving from bush to bush to tree as he makes his way up around the west side of the encampment. He goes a little bit deeper into the forest. Ukoda is sticking a little bit closer to the road, tree to tree to tree, until he's about 15 feet away, and clank, and just runs smack into one of the trees as he stops and freezes and ducks down real quick. As you hear some of the singing stop, and they look down the road. It's like, "Aye, lad, who's there?"
Well, this appears as good a time as any, and I'm gonna cast fog cloud coming from the campfire itself, and I would like for it to billow out. How far is it? 20-foot radius. So hopefully that will cover the camp.
Okay, so again, fog begins immediately filling the space around the fire and around these barrel laden wagons, and even obscures the area that the draft horses are in for the moment.
And then, is there any kind of panic from that? Like, are they getting up, looking around?
They begin. Damn. Looks as if the mist has followed us all the way here.
And I will shout. I'm going to move my mic away so I don't blow your ears out. But I'm going to yell out to them, "Behold, ye knaves, the emissary of the Duchess."
Can I hear any of this?
Yes, you can hear this. You're close enough that all of you can hear this. Everybody in the band can. And what you for you people that were further back by the bridge, that remained hidden back by the bridge, you can see their campfires and their bodies of everyone become immediately engulfed in clouds. There's a thick fog surrounding all of it now that the light from the bonfire is kind of struggling to get through.
Am I in the fog?
Obscured?
I'm sorry.
Am I in the fog?
No, it radiates out to kind of around where you are, but your view of what you can see inside
I'm
is
just on the edge of
you're
it.
just on the edge of it, just to the eastern edge of it. So it's just their little camp is completely surrounded by a cloud of fog now, and you're just outside of that edge of fog.
Is there can they see like can like is their view obscured? Can they see us or anything, or can they just
You don't know.
they can't see anything?
You don't know.
But
So I think I need to be closer if I was going to use thaumaturgy.
that's okay. But after shouting that out, I'm going to follow up. Her emissaries have been sent to parley with ye knaves. What say you to 5 bottles of wine for you to vacate said premises?
5 bottles to leave.
Lest ye be smited by her holy vengeance.
Oh, no. Don't worry. We have no wish to make enemies of Lady Morwen. Please come to the fire. I have a story to tell all of you. First you listen while we drink wine, then we go.
I whisper
Can we
under
hear
my
this from
breath,
where we
like,
are?
why did we choose fish mouth?
I'm intrigued, but I will I'm going to move the fog cloud Hold on, can I control it? Let's see. Control air and water. Blah, blah, blah. Hang on 1 second.
I'm going to remain hidden where I am
Okay.
and not approach.
Okay, until okay, I can choose to disperse it, but that's it. So I will not approach just yet. I'm going to hopefully get into real cover behind a tree.
Okay.
And just wait.
Those of us who are far back, can we hear what's being said?
Yes.
Yes, you can. Yes, yeah. He's speaking with a booming voice when he says this. No, don't worry. We're not wanting to make enemies. We just have a story to tell you. Again, come with us. Come sit by the fire. Let's talk. You listen to the story while we drink wine, and then we'll leave. We go.
I'm going to very, as stealthily as I can. I'm going to move up to where Yukota is.
Okay. Okay, so you're gonna try to just move stealthily.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's
Oh gosh.
go ahead and have you make a stealth check then.
And that's dexterity.
It should say on your
The D&D Beyond check.
yeah, it should
Yeah.
say yeah. You see, your stealth is it's going to be a straight 20 roll. Your stealth is at a +0, so it's not a plus or a minus. So
Yeah.
whatever your 20 roll is.
Oh god. Okay.
While she's rolling that, I'll roll as well to try and move up to where Kiertes is.
That's an 11.
11, that's good enough. Yeah, because they're not really paying attention to that right now. They're just so you're able to move up and where you're right in the bushes, right behind Dakota.
I rolled an
I
8.
need to an 8.
18.
Oh, 18?
Yeah.
Easily able to move up. You're well within where you're grouped up with Dakota.
Oh no,
Oh,
I was going to Kiertes.
Yeah, he was moving up to me.
Okay, so you're moving up through the woods easily enough, yes, and you were able to track him and find your way to where he is, off in the woods, just to the west of the camp.
Does Kiertes notice me?
I don't know, Kiers, what's your passive perception?
14.
No, you make it up right where he is. And
Yeah, I poke him right in
Actually-
the shoulder real hard.
It should be more than that because my favorite terrain, I get a bonus. Nope. Never mind. It's only if I'm proficient.
okay, so yeah, so you make your way up to where Kiertis is, and he's very intently looking at the fog, and you're able to walk up and just like give him a gentle nudge and poke him, and kind of he's somewhat startled for a moment.
I turn around to see what poke me, and like my hand goes to my dagger, and notice that it's Redry.
Okay.
Well, I will.
Come, what say you? What say you? Come, let's come. Join us in the fog. The fire is warm. The night air is chill. Come, bring your wine. We talk and tell stories.
You wish us to drink with perpetrators of treason?
We are not treason. We are simply free folk. We come and go as we please. And again, we don't wish to make anyone's enemies of Lady Morwen or anyone.
Oh, very well. And I'll come up out of stealth and meander my ass through the fog, and I'll go ahead and drop the fog.
Okay, so this as you come walking up the road, and you with a wave of your hand, the fog and dissipates. That is Most impressive. I've only ever known one who could control fog heard of in the last 300 years. Please, come. Welcome all. Welcome all. My name is Stanimir.
I guess Persephone will wander over.
Okay.
As the fog drops, I'm going to try and quickly count as how many their number, how many there are.
Okay. There are 13 here.
Okay.
It appears from your first head count here, there are 7 men and 6 women. Come, come! And he turns to,
I will, I'll step far enough forward that I'm visible, but I'm not getting,
okay.
It's not my intention to get within 15 feet.
Lavinia, Lavinia, Monica, please bring cups for our guests. Hey, they bring wine. We tell stories. Come, come, and 2 of the women rush over to one of the wagons and begin rummaging through a couple of bags and pull out canvas bags and start pulling out large, heavy wooden cups and what appears to be a wooden pitcher.
So you claim you and your people are nomads?
Yes, we go where we wish.
And what brings you into Daggerfoot?
We wished to camp here. But come. And he extends his hand, asking for a. Says, you offered us wine. Please, let's. I would have a bottle now.
And I'll raise my right hand and wave.
I turn to Ridry and I crouch down and whisper, make your way around to Mikada. You have the wine.
I motion to him, just stay where he's at, and I just stand up and walk over to Ukada.
So, yes, come, friend. And again, he's holding a pair of cups in his hand.
He's I just start pulling out wine and pouring it into the cups.
It's Monica, please, here. And he begins passing out cups to everyone who's stepped forward. So come.
I'm actually going to move closer to Kiardas.
Okay. So you're
going to stay hidden.
So you're going to stay hidden?
Mm-hmm.
So who all's approaching in grabbing a cup of wine?
Ridry.
I
approached.
Persephone. Okay, and Dakota. So Kiertis and Leliana are staying hidden. It's like, come friends, come. And please sit, and he arranges some crates around the fire. As the ladies are there and the men, they kind of ring around behind him, and he takes his cup up and tips his wine back and spits it into the fire. Everybody, do you know how to get to your journal up at the top?
Yes.
Top right?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, on the top
Journal?
right above, there's a
It appeared on screen.
Huh?
Whatever you brought out there, it appeared on screen.
Oh, it did? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
It's still there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
my mind went to, oh, I guess wine. It
Okay.
was swill.
So Stanimir again fills his mouth with wine and spits it into the fire. The flames turn from orange to green as they dance and sway. A dark shape appears in the bonfire's core.
Does the figure animate, or is it just a image?
It is. It is. It is. It does appear to be animated. And Stanimir says, "We come from an ancient land whose name is long forgotten, a land of kings. Our enemies forced us from our homes, and now we wander the lost roads." Dark shape in the fire takes the form of a man being knocked from his horse and a spear piercing into his side. Stanimir continues and says, "One night a wounded soldier staggered into our camp and collapsed. We nursed his terrible injury and quenched his thirst with wine. He survived. When we asked him who he was, he wouldn't say. All he wanted was to return home. But we were deep in the lands of his enemies. We took him as one of our own and followed him back toward his homestead. His enemies hunted him. They said he was a prince, yet he wouldn't give up even when their assassins fell upon us like wolves." Deep in the bonfire, you see the dark figure standing with a sword drawn, fighting off a host of shadowy shapes as they continue coming, rushing towards him. One falls and another, a third, fourth, and it seems unending. This man is of royal blood. He fought to protect us as we protected him. We bore him safely to his home, and he thanked us. He said, "I owe you my life. Stay as long as you wish. Leave when you choose, and know that you will always be safe here." The figure in the dancing fire vanquishes its final foe, and then disperses in a cloud of smoke and embers. Stanimir's face becomes a somber mask. "A curse has befallen our noble prince, turning him into a tyrant. We alone have the power to leave his domain. We've traveled far and wide to find brave souls such as yourself to end our dreadlord's curse and put his troubled soul to rest. Our leader, Madame Eva, knows all. Will you return to our home and speak with her in Barovia?"
Well, first off, old man, I will say that's an impressive trick.
Have you ever tried it at a party?
Our whole life is a party. It's our Lord for whom I am concerned now. We have his grace to come and go as we please, but so many in his realm suffer now because of his curse.
Well, we have to ask, what's in it for us?
I'm sure once my lord's curse is lifted, he's truly a prince. We have sought long and long for some to help break his curse. If you could restore him, it would be the greatest he would bestow on you, his most generous and gracious blessings. He would shower you with wealth, so that you would never lift a finger again in your life, unless it was of your choosing. You yourselves would live the lives of kings and queens.
Am I close enough to hear all of this?
Oh, yes.
At the very least, he lives in a castle, and castles obviously have shiny things.
From the sound of it, this man would make us nobility, correct?
This man would what?
This man would make us nobility.
He wouldn't have to. You'd be so rich. You could make yourself a king.
Of course he wouldn't have to. I pull out my signet ring and put it on. I'm already a noble.
Kiertis.
Yes.
Make a quick perception check.
That's a 16.
Okay. You notice, like, creeping up all around you, like, as you're crouched down behind the tree there. Thick, dense fog rolling in around your legs. It's, as it begins rolling in past you. It's almost as if this creeping fog is almost pulling you. It feels like it's almost pulling you down and backwards slightly. It's almost oppressive as you look around behind you, where you could see before clearly through the woods. It looks as if the woods around you, the trees, are turning into gray ghosts.
I nudge Liliana and point out the fog to her.
Oh. That is,
And,
that's disconcerting.
I think we should get some distance between the fog and ourselves. It does not feel good. It does not feel right.
Agreed.
I start moving closer towards the fire, towards the group, away from
I
the
follow
fog.
him.
As you step forward through the trees, there's one of the women that had been standing back behind Stanimir, off to the side, approaches both of you with fresh cups. Says, "Please, the night is cold. Come by the fire." And she proceeds to put cups of wine into your hand.
Oh, I'd like to note that I have not taken a sip of the wine at all.
Okay,
Indeed.
Nor I.
very good.
Yeah, just holding it to be polite, but not drinking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because I know it's very low shelf stuff.
I look at the cup and set it down like a close
Very good.
barrel of
Very
drinks.
good. Well, you shared your wine, and we, the Vestani, are people of honor. You listened to our story, and again, we leave. As agreed. Come, children! And he claps, and they begin taking torches and lighting them from what remains of the fire and putting them on the edge, and they hook up the draft horses, and they all load up, and farewell, friends.
What?
Standamir. Kind of shout out to him and try to walk up to him.
Say yes.
The dream of my people is to become nobility here on the land and in the sea. It appears that this is an opportunity for me to acquire such things. Where can we find you to take you up on this offer?
The only way that you can take me up on the offer is to come with us now. Perhaps if you could find your own way to Barovia, perhaps you could find me there. But as far as I know, the Vistani are the only ones who can find their way in and out. We can offer others passage. But as the lady Morwen has so plainly put, we are not welcome here anymore. So, as her emissaries have wished, we will take ourselves elsewhere. And he hits the reins and begins taking off up the road.
Should we follow them?
I approach the group and tell them that there's a fog approaching that doesn't feel right. Maybe we should move farther away from it.
I look to Yakota and I ask, do you know anything about this fog? Can you tell what is up with it?
That is not from me, but it does not appear natural. Compatriots, I'm not going to lie to you, I'm tempted.
Well, I would like to get away from this fog. I do not like it.
At any rate, our mission here is done. We need to report back to the Duchess.
As you turn back and look down the hillside, the fog has completely obscured the river, the bridge, and Daggerford. You can no longer see the city, as the fog is just completely enclosed around and up, and it looks as if...
Do I get a feeling of dread for the city? Like that something's wrong with the city itself because the fog seems to be around the area?
It's this ever so thick, persistent fog. You've just seen magical fog that was summoned by Ukoda. You know what magical fog looks like. This is thicker. So much thicker.
Perhaps it is best to follow the gypsies.
Well, I don't wish to go alone.
As you turn and look back up the road towards where the Vistani, the gypsy wagons, had taken off down the road into the dark, you realize you can no longer hear the sounds of hoof against road or the sound of wagon wheel against hard earth. It's the night. Feels like it's getting darker and colder, as it seems like everywhere the trees have turned to gray ghosts in a thick and ever-thickening fog.
I'm going to instinctually just clutch my holy symbol of Palor, just clutching it.
Okay.
Is the fire from the gypsy still there?
It's dimming rapidly. It is down to where it's merely embers of what it was before. You know, the roaring bonfire that it was when you were first approaching. This looks like the roaring bonfire is becoming more of a memory.
I think we should restock the fire and just camp here so we can see in the morning.
Does the
It's not
fog-
hard to get there.
Does the fog appear to be going towards us as well?
It's moving all around you. There's like as this cool autumn wind is whipping through the fog. It's like you begin to have problems seeing each other in the dying light of this fire. It's getting thicker and thicker in the dying light. Suddenly, the moonlight that seemed to shine overhead as you left Daggerford's main gates just an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, the entire sky has become obscured.
So during our conversations, how far have the gypsies gotten? I'm assuming we can no longer see them.
No, you can know they're gone. They're gone. You know which direction the road was. The road headed south, and they were on the road.
Can we still see the food?
Can I pick up a log from the fire and use it as a torch?
There it is again. Most of what was there is now burned down to coal. As you look around on the ground, there are other sticks, and there's debris and bits of leaves and pine straw from the wood. There is adequate things about. There's even the 3 crates that they left that you were sitting on earlier. There is wood. There is fuel for a fire. Should you wish to.
I have torches.
Yeah, I want to pull out one of my torches and light it.
Okay, so from the dying embers, you're able to coax forth a torchlight. And where normally...
I'm going to do the same. I'm going to pull out 2, and I'll hand 1 to Persephone.
Okay.
And then light one for myself. You're welcome.
Okay, and again, the fog growing thicker and thicker, where you a bit of panic because it's getting hard to see each other in the dying light as you get closer and closer to each other, and you're able to coax some torchlight to light and lights up the area around you.
Shall we follow the tracks?
I think that would be wise.
I want to start searching the area for the tracks.
Very good.
Zach, question.
Yes.
Ukoda would know this, but if I use Eldritch Blast, does that generate light from it, or like does the bolt itself give off light?
Just a quick flash of light, yes.
Okay. I'm going to shoot I'm going to take my spear, flip it backwards, and coming from the hilt, I'm going to put it like in the air above the direction that the gypsies left, and kind of launch like a flare of Eldritch Blast 120 feet.
Okay. So you step back as the area around the torches. Now you're used to torches illuminating an area of about 30 feet or so. 30 feet of bright light, 60 feet of dim light. It seems like this fog is so dense that you're only getting about half of that from your torches, the torches radiating out. As you reach back and extend your hand skyward, Ukoda, just in a quick momentary burst of eldritch energy, rockets into the sky. You can't see where it ends. It looks like it goes up into about 30, 60 feet in the air, as best you can judge. And you can't even see that burst of light anymore.
What are you doing?
This fog is so dense and so thick.
We appear to be in deep flubbery. Let us follow the tracks or bumble our way back to Daggerford. What do you wish to do?
Well, 2 weeks of eating in the manor seems a pretty easy choice to me.
And potentially give up on your own kingdom. eating that way for the rest of your days.
I don't need a kingdom. It just seems like a bother to me. I'd rather take the easy road.
Persephone, what say you and your husband?
She does not count as two.
Forgive me, but I, in
Honest-
good conscience, I don't think that I could let this man suffer any longer.
He didn't
If
even
he
say
indeed has...
what the curse was.
Does it matter?
I'm cursed with a hangnail right now. Oh, woe is me.
I wish to learn more of this man's curse. I say that we follow the gypsy.
Persephone just looks very conflicted, and she doesn't quite know what to do.
Well, first, let's see if we can pick up the tracks. And I'm gonna, using whatever torchlight we have, I'm gonna look for any divots in the ground where the wagons came from.
Okay.
Or,
Yeah.
Where the where the wagons left anyway.
I was going to do that as well. I said I'm going to start
Okay.
looking for tracks.
So tracking would be.
Would that be nature?
Or survival.
Survival.
Ah.
So yeah, go ahead and make your survival check as you're looking for tracks.
Oof.
Yeah,
That doesn't sound good.
that's a 19, Bob.
19?
That's a 8 for me,
Okay.
but
So,
'cause
making
it's
your.
my favorite. It's my favorite terrain.
Oh yeah, that's right. So as you're able to, as you start scouting the ground, you're Kiertis has a little bit more difficulty right off the bat, but as soon as Ukoda says freshly turned earth, there's horse tracks this way, and you're both able to get on it, and you're able to pick up what looks to be a trail that takes you southward, and suddenly a wolf attacks.
Sammy, shh.
Is that Samuel?
Yeah, that is Sam.
Oh,
I
love-
wish I could have a camera on this thing. Like, I love showing my dog off. Sam, we need to do one. He
Okay.
looks like a polar bear cub and is about as big as one.
Oh my
You could post-
goodness.
You could post pictures in Discord.
Oh, I can. Hold on.
Oh yeah.
How do I do that?
You hit the little
that's-
plus button next to the chat bar.
Oh, here we go. Haha. Grant permission. Sorry, I'm doing this off of my phone. Allow.
That's all good.
Plus grant permission. Allow. Seal lamb. Look stupid.
Here.
Good boy.
While you guys admire the dog, I'm going to freshen up my water real quick. So, really quickly, if anybody needs to take a quick little break, grab water, snacks, or go to the bathroom, I think now would be a good spot to just. There's Sammy.
Alright.
And we'll take just like a couple quick minute, like 2, 3, 5 minute break, whatever anybody needs. But you need to grab some more
Yeah, I'm
water.
just gonna go grab a drink then.
It's funny you say that. I snuck downstairs to grab something to eat.
Oh, sneaky,
Yeah.
sneaky! Why aren't you a rogue?
Because I was one. Rose was a rogue.
Right, I'll be back 2 seconds.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing. Be right back.
Let me get some Tim Tams.
I can stay here.
I'm staying here.
Yay! Don't leave me alone in the chat room.
I have a whole half a gallon of water in front of me.
Yay, hydration!
Woo! I need it. I think it's supposed to be like 95 either tomorrow or Friday.
And I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
I bought like sports energy drinks to keep myself awake tonight.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah, isn't it like 4 o'clock over there?
It's 2:40. I'm
That's what I
5 hours.
said.
I forgot my wallet.
I'm 5 hours ahead of you guys,
Okay.
but I'm nocturnal anyway. That's what I get for modding for Americans.
It's true. Also, I'd just like to say how excited I am to be a part of Castian's very first campaign.
Well, it is Ash's very first campaign as well.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
What's that?
What is going on with Zach? I'm getting feedback.
That's not
Hold
me.
on.
I'm getting feedback
Hold
from
on.
that.
Power off, damn it.
Oh, now I can do this Claposaurus.
Oh no, some keep stopping.
Okay, sorry, that was mine.
No, it's all good.
Who was
No, I
that?
was running around. I was trying to grab a thing of Tim Tams that a friend of mine sent me from Australia, and some water.
By the way, hello, Winter Fairy and Chrissy. It's the first time I've actually spoke to either of you. So
Oh yeah, that's
I heard
right.
so much about you.
I've talked about. I've talked to Asha in chat, and I've been at pretty much every D&D stream for the last 2.5 months or something.
Me and Chrissy played Secret Hitler together once.
Hee hee. I know nothing.
What is?
That was a lie. I actually knew exactly what I was doing.
Yeah,
The
I've been
perfect
playing-
Hitler. I'm just a gullible idiot.
They always go for the idiot routine.
I've played it a few times with Jazzy and Getty, and Getty's brother John, on Tabletop Simulator. It's pretty
Yeah.
fun.
I love that game so much.
Have you picked it up yet, Zach?
No, I haven't had a chance to yet, but I'm looking forward to. I am looking forward to it. I heard it's a lot of fucking fun.
It adds another level to it, Cass, when you can like
Yeah.
see people's facial
Oh, I know.
reactions and stuff.
Well, come September, and we'll be able to play it.
Fuck yeah.
I don't think
I'll be there. I'll be there for 2 weeks in September.
we played about 5 rounds of it last week, and I think there was only 1 round where Jazzy didn't get shot because of me.
Aww.
Yeah, Jazzy kind of gets picked on in our games as well. It's because she's very vocal,
And she's very, very bad at lying.
And she does. Yeah, she doesn't take being picked on well. It's fucking hilarious.
that's why we pick on her.
Exactly.
If you go into her
typical
chat,
bully
If,
behavior.
if it didn't bother her, it wouldn't be fun.
Exactly.
we started calling her a weeb because of Getty. She mentioned
Oh
one time.
yeah.
She
heard
mentioned
about
one
that.
time. She mentioned one time that she watched an anime, Castlevania, and so we called her a weeb, and she got really offended. But she starts saying, "I'm not a weeb." And then, so we kept calling it, and then Getty got on her computer one time and made a folder, weeb folder, and left it on her desktop, and
Brilliant.
took a picture of it and posted it in her Discord. So everyone started calling her a weeb, and then last night or the night before, I created a command to do exclamation weeb in her chat. It brings up the message saying Jazzy is a huge furry weeb. Because she-
No, I think
Because she was
the
supposed to
folder
do that.
actually said weeb shit.
yeah,
Yes, it does.
It does.
we
And
were
it had
just talking
porn in
about
it.
if it did, she would have been banned by now. Luckily, there's nothing against TOS in there. Because she put it up on her screen, and then left to do something, and left it on her screen for like 5 minutes.
Hmm.
So if there was porn shit in there, she would have got banned.
I thought it had like hentai memes or something. Not like porn, but like like
It's
the facial expressions
Oh yeah,
of like
that's
Not
allowed though. It's TOS. It's borderline TOS.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are in there too.
What's that?
I populated that folder. So. Jazzy's folder on her desktop that says weep shit.
Oh yeah. So anyway, everybody back. We're back to the game.
Yep.
Okay.
Sure.
So again, you begin tracking these hoof prints for an hour, 2 hours. The road winding further and further southward. It seems as though it takes a turn a couple other times, and well, most of your business has been to the west and north. You have never traveled this far south of Daggerford before. The terrain becomes less and less familiar the further and further away you get. Now, approaching midnight, you've been tracking for hours. Make another nature check. If you would, the two are two main trackers, as the others are keeping close at hand.
17.
17.
Wait, was it nature or survival?
Excuse me, survival. God damn it.
That's a 9.
I just hit back on the wrong thing, so I was like, it's loading the game again for me. Okay, so
I'm gonna start drinking one of the other bottles of wine that were in my pack.
okay.
So I don't want to be doing this.
Hey, me too. I'm just kidding.
So, oh, I'm sorry. Make those nature checks, the survival checks, with disadvantage, because the fog is going so thick.
That's a 9 then.
Yeah, mine's still a 9.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Yep.
The dice hit me tonight.
So again, as you make, oh, I'm glad I refreshed. I hadn't seen your artwork yet, Chrissy. It was still showing the bars for me. I'm glad I refreshed the game because that is fucking dope.
Yeah, it's still showing the bars for me, so I'm refreshed.
Yeah, refresh the game because that shit is fucking sick. That's cool as fuck.
Yeah, it took me like a hot moment to find like a pretty piece of artwork with a girl holding a skull.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's dope as fuck. That's fucking dope. So anyway, so again, as you're making your way in the fog, hampering your vision, you find that you have in fact lost the trail of. You see lots of hoof prints and lots of wheel marks, but you can't tell if any of them are definitely. It's just become like one large rut in an ever widening and expanding road.
Well, what do we do now?
Can we? Well, is the fog obscuring like the terrain at the edges of the road?
All you see are long gray trunks again. The trees are a little bit further away from the road here, but you can see that there are trees, but again, they just look like dark gray blurs in the fog.
I'd like to pull out a ball bearing and throw one at one of the trees.
Yeah, you hear it clump and hit with a resounding thud.
I turn to the party and suggest that we get off the road, move towards.
Why should we get off the road? Isn't that counterproductive?
Well, we have lost the track. There's no point in moving until this fog is cleared, and hopefully we can pick up the tracks in the morning. We should set up some camp.
I suggested that 2 hours ago.
Nobody listens to you, little one.
Well, you can go talk to a tree. And maybe they'll help us figure out where we are.
I haven't learned that skill yet.
So what is it you guys would like to do? What is it you are going to you head back to Daggerford, keep moving forward, make camp for the night? The possibilities are endless. Whatever you would like to do.
It's nighttime, correct?
It's actually well past midnight now. As you've been tracking these trails, these hoof marks in this for several hours, as the fog has grown particularly dense.
Well, I suppose if we retrace our own tracks, we can make our way back to Daggerford. Or, hopefully this mist will be burned off by the morning sun.
What say you, players?
I vote for a camp.
Oh,
Set up camp for the night.
it's bedtime.
All right, then camp it is. Let's find a nice tall tree and circle it.
Okay, so you're gonna begin searching around. You make your way off of the road a little bit into the high brush. Some of it coming up well past your knees, and some of it as high as your waist. As you approach one of the larger trees, Leliana. What is your character again? It's
Cleric.
Claire, but yeah, what half elf? What?
Yes, half elf.
And what is your nature? Okay, so as you're making your way up, you make your way up to the base of one of these. You notice that some of these trees, as you make your way into the woods a little bit, and you find yourself among the trees, that these trees are what they were. The fog was quite deceptive. These are massive trees. Some of them as big as 20, 25, and 30 feet around at the bases. They're trees like you haven't seen before. Pines of just almost incredible size.
Oh my.
They're soaring up into the dark. You can't see. You can't tell how far up they go because they're plunging into this thick fog, or spearing up into it. But under this canopy, it's like you don't feel the wind as you did out on the road. The air is actually a lot more still here, as you see the fog swirl in large motes around your feet and around each other as you bring your torches around to bear, and you can get a good look at the area. There's an ample space under these trees for a campsite as you proceed to go ahead and make your camp for the evening. Whether you have in your equipment bedrolls or whatever you have, you make yourself comfortable. To anyone, is there anything that anybody wants to do before they lay down for the night?
I want to search the area and gather firewood. Fire.
And I'll set myself up so I can do first watch.
Okay, cool. So
I'll take watch with Persephone.
Leliana and Persephone are going to take the first watches.
I will sleep for 4 hours and then take the second watch.
Okay, cool.
Before I go to sleep, I will help with the watch by taking the hempen rope 50 feet that I have and kind of circling where we're sleeping with it and attaching my bell to it.
Okay. Very good. So you're gonna set up a little alarm thing. Okay, cool.
Yep.
All right. So everyone, a small fire is built. You can, torches can be out or not if you want to keep your torch burning, stuck in the ground near you. But it's the fire is not enough to kind of knock off the chill from the fog. It seems like as if the fog is reaching inside your clothes. It's hard to get comfortable as it creeps further and further and closer. You can feel the chill from the moisture getting into your clothes as you bundle up into your cloaks a little bit tighter as Leliana and Persephone set themselves up for the first watch. Careful not to trip the rope with the bell on it. If you would like to, you can either both make perception checks or one of you can make with advantage. Get the use, using the help rules. So you guys decide.
Leliana, you want to roll with advantage?
Sure.
Okay.
And I add my proficiency to that.
No, you just add perception. So I believe your perception is +3.
Right, and that was with advantage 18, 21.
Oh, nice. Okay. Very cool. Okay, hold a second. Where are the random tables? I'm using. It's funny because I have all this stuff in Roll20 and I still haven't figured it out. So I'm actually have the book in front of me too for a lot of this. So hold a second. Let me find this. Find the random table for this. Okay, cool. Okay, so as you set yourself watch for the night, you hear off in the distance.
Sammy? Sammy!
The distant sound of a dog baying. And then you can hear something sniffing in the darkness just beyond your field of vision.
I'm going to reach over and just lightly tap on Persephone. Did you hear that?
I'm sorry, I was daydreaming. What was that?
There's a dog out there.
Is it alive?
Yes, I do believe so.
We can fix that.
Why? Why would you do that?
It would make a beautiful piece of...
Okay, I suppose, but it's not doing anything yet. It's just sniffing around. It hasn't attacked.
Well, shall we investigate?
Yes, let's. Be careful of the rope.
I'll keep note of that. Thank you.
And so we're gonna investigate.
Okay, so with your high perception check that you had from before, you know that this is coming from somewhere to your left, out like deeper into the woods. So as you begin to make your way out into the darkness, are you readying anything? What would you like to do as you go?
Yes, actually, I have my let's see, wait, I'm trying to remember which one I have equipped on me right now. I have my mace. I'm gonna just pull out my mace and slowly make my way toward the left.
Okay, back towards your left as you move past the party members that are sleeping.
I'll comfortably hug Miguel to my chest and walk after her.
Okay. Okay, as you're making your way off into the woods here, a sudden you hear the sounds of twigs breaking just off to the right a little bit, and as you turn your heads, you see a quick flash of fur behind the base of one of these large 25 feet around trees, just to your right.
Can I use my mage hand to grab at the fur? Or is that because it's a living object, mage hand will not work?
There's no rule that says mage hand won't work on a living object.
All right. I'll see if I can use mage hand to snatch it into the air.
Okay. Okay, you're moving further and further out. Your mage hand extends and lifts to what looks to be almost like a small weasel from the ground.
Is this your dog?
And
No.
as the weasel is hanging in the air, screeching and flailing about, this is actually enough noise, this weasel screeching, that the rest of the party can hear this now. Everyone who's sleeping can hear this. That it's like as it's kicking and flailing in your hands, all of a sudden out of the darkness
I swing.
a massive dog head comes up and snatches the weasel out of the air. And you roll to hit.
Oh.
I'm scared. I got scared. Okay, so roll my 20. Okay. What is my?
The mace is the mace a strength weapon or a dex weapon? Pretty sure it's strength. So you're going to add your strength modifier plus your proficiency bonus. So it's 0 plus
2.
I can't find your proficiency.
With my 6 that I just rolled, so 8.
8. So as this thing comes lurching out of the dark and snatches a quick meal from Persephone's mage hand, you suddenly react and lash out, and it's so quick that it just barely whoosh, kind of whooshes right by, and you hear as the feet kind of off into the distance, as you hear this kind of weasel thing just screaming in the distance until you hear just a quick as it chomps down on it, as this thing that looks like a small wolf that had flashed past you guys makes off with a quick meal.
Well, what now?
And as you realize, it's just like, as the rest of the party is awakened, you realize it's been about 4 hours, and maybe it's time for you to lay down and let somebody else take a watch.
So that's me taking over then?
Yep, that would be the start of your watch.
So, perception chest?
Okay, so
Yep,
as Leliana and Persephone, their adrenaline pumping, go and settle themselves down by the fire. Like actually moving in a little bit closer to the fire to protect from what appears to be the wildlife out here. And Gertis begins his watch. If you would go ahead and make your perception check.
That is a 24.
24. Your eyes and ears keen in the dark. For the next few hours, you see it's like you can't tell if you're entranced by it, but there appeared almost to be faces swirling through the fog. That's It's almost as if the fog is, as you stare out at the fog, it's staring back at you. And as you're looking harder and harder, trying to find the order in the chaos that is this fog, and it looks as if the faces in the fog is leering out at you in the darkness. All of a sudden, you hear the sound of a raven. The sound of a raven kind of breaks your vision. You hear the sound of the raven off in the distance, and you blink twice and look back in the fog, and you see it swirling around you again, and the faces appear to be gone. Again,
Okay.
the rest of the evening passes. The morning comes, and you're able to wake somewhat stiffly from sleeping on the ground, being in Daggerford, and having a bed, even if it is a bed filled with straw, was much better than sleeping out here with this fog prodding and creeping deeper and deeper into your clothing. And as you wake the next day, you can see clearly there is a road in front of you. Back to your right, these trees that seem so massive. Just beyond them, there are high rocks. It seems as you've worked your way into a valley overnight, as you moved your way more and more further south. The road looks hard packed here. Where you had seen wagon wheels and wagon tracks and horse tracks, you see hard packed earth. As you get back and reorient yourself on the road, it's like, wait, you realize, wait a minute, we went to the left when we went off the road. Now the road is on our right. It seems somehow it's just kind of, it almost feels as if everything is turned around.
I suppose after last night, maybe we should backtrack as much as we can and go back to Daggerford if we can.
It would make sense. Did we get moved during the night, or was this because of the fog?
I'm
Make
going to say it's the fog.
Yeah, I'm on that fog seemed strange. During my watch, I could have sworn I saw faces.
Faces?
Countless faces just swirling around inside the fog.
That sounds beautiful.
You would say that.
It was unsettling.
Once again, I'd like to point out that I said we should go back to Daggerford.
Oh, you might just get a wish yet.
2 weeks of meals in the estate.
If you would like to make an insight check, Ukoda, into what could have possibly,
Occurred.
Yeah, because since you did ask the question, and you're currently trying to figure that out.
Insight would be a 15.
15?
Yeah.
Oh, without a doubt, you're sitting there, you are sure that you exited the road the other side. You don't know what it is, but you know you were on the other side of the road. As you look around at these trees, these giant trees, you begin noticing it's like, these don't look anything like the trees around that we have seen. These are not These don't look like the trees that are around Daggerford anywhere to the north. It's strange that they should be, trees. These look like the trees that belong in mountains far, far to the north.
Actually, recalling the weasel and perhaps the young wolf, would I know if those are the animals that would be in the area of Daggerford?
Make a nature check.
And would I recognize the type of trees, being a wood elf and growing up in forests?
You would know that these. You would know about trees and the different families of trees. You've seen trees similar to these before, but these are the distant cousins to the trees that you're used to. These are much bigger and much mightier than the trees that you're used to. These are soaring up hundreds of feet into the air.
I got a.
Go ahead.
I got a 12 on my nature check.
A 12? Okay. There's you've seen weasels, ferrety looking things before, but the markings on this thing were very unusual. It's tan coat. You're used to the more red and black weasels. This thing had a tan coat and a stripe and a stripe, or excuse me, a ring around its tail that you haven't encountered this particular type before.
I don't believe we're in the same type of wilderness that we were around Daggerford.
I agree, these trees don't seem
How is that possible?
be like those around Daggerford.
Again, as you're wondering aloud to yourselves, what could be, what is, what if we, how is this that could we possibly have ended up so far from what our home was, even if it was temporary? As you begin, you notice a strange, well, not strange, very familiar. Your stomach begins rumbling as everybody's. It's morning. It's been a while since that lovely meal at the lady's house last night. You all start to get a little bit hungry.
Any chance we can find what's left of that weasel?
I have some rations.
I move back towards the forest. Start foraging.
Okay.
What check do you want me to do for that? Nature?
We're gonna start looking for food.
Yeah, well, I've got rations, but I'm gonna search berries or whatever.
I'll assist him with the hunt.
Okay.
Well, yeah, hunting as well.
Okay. It only takes for you your tracking instincts kick in, and you see the tracks of some medium-sized herd animals. You can see that there probably been deer through here. The only game that you see is there's some really big fat squirrels, a whole family of them that look like they're in the trees around here. They look like they're fattening. These are autumn squirrels. They're getting themselves fat for winter. So you do see like a good half dozen of them playing around in one of the trees.
Okay. I would like to draw my bow and try and shoot one of them.
Okay.
Me as well.
Okay. So you both quietly stalk through the woods and then draw your bows. You go ahead and just roll to hit. And I tell you what, yeah, just go ahead, roll to hit.
That is a 9.
9? Cool, because they got an armor class at 2.
We
So
both
we're,
hit.
very quickly, we're just going to go ahead and say, for the sake of brevity, that you're able to, because being skilled hunters and being on the hunt, you're able to, and the squirrels one by one, they have no idea where their friends went. They just all of a sudden they're sitting there chewing on nuts next to and they're gone as they plummet to the ground, and you're able to retrieve the squirrels and pull your arrows, and you can you put your arrows back in your quivers as you come back with 6 big old fat squirrels ready for cooking as you come back to where your campfire was.
I would like to skin them and put the hides in my bag.
Okay, cool. So and able to.
Stephanie would like to watch.
I look at him and say, "What are you gonna make a hat?
I'm going to sell them.
I'm gonna buy squirrel pelts."
I would.
Oh, she would.
They'd
You
make
have to
beautiful
ask.
wallets.
Would you like me to make one into a wallet?
I would love that.
Maybe it'll happen.
Persephone looks a little disappointed.
No.
Oh.
How does Miguel feel about it?
Miguel, he used to own a taxidermy shop. That's how he and I met.
Of course.
He's very good at what he did.
Good to know.
So again, you're able to, you've taking a bit of salt out of your ration after you skin your squirrels, keeping the tails intact, and make a nice, neat, clean job of it, and stowing the skins, collecting a little bit more firewood. There's actually some large rosemary bushes, and you're able to pull some leaves and rosemary leaves and a little bit of salt from your and cook them up. And you have some, actually, it's kind of a sumptuous breakfast for out in the woods. But yeah, you're all able to take your fill of squirrel this morning, and it's actually, it seems like the warmest feeling that you've felt since this fog has closed around you. For a moment, you're not quite as unsettled as you were before. Okay, your breakfast's done. What's your next move?
I'm gonna.
Oh, what direction do we go?
I was gonna turn to Persephone and hand you the bones since you took the bones from dinner last night.
Persephone genuinely looks elated and gives you the biggest hug before putting the bones of the squirrels back into the bone bag with the pheasant bones.
Very cool. All right. Okay.
I stow the bones from mine in my bag.
Cool.
I throw mine on the
Soon.
ground.
Soon I will have an army of squirrels.
That would actually be really funny.
Yeah. Army of squirrel skeletons. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Okay. So
Actually, no, never mind. Oh, never mind.
all right. So which just decide on a direction here. Again, it appears it's hard to tell because the fog is still kind of thick. It's burned off a bit, but it's still, the sky is almost completely covered with one large cloud. But the low-lying fog has lifted a good deal. You can see what appears to be the sunrise seems to be coming from the left. So south would be behind you and north in front of you. Which way would you like to go? What would you like to do? I mean,
If I
or you
look
actually
around-
don't have to go anywhere. You guess you could stay right here and just hunt squirrels for the rest of your lives. But
If I look around, I see any sign civilization, like any passaging, like any signs or any
There is a
signs of it passing.
there is a passage. You're standing on a road now, and you can see tall pines on either side and rock, and just beyond that, and and it looks as though you've somehow managed in the middle of the night, in the cover of dark and in this thick fog, to have found your way into what appears to be a valley, and the road here is quite wide, but it doesn't look well used. It doesn't look like it's hard packed earth, stone here and there, and there's a track here and there, but they appear to be very weathered. Like it's like they were hoof prints that were made some time ago.
Do we press on or shall we turn back?
Well, before we turn tail and go back to Daggerford, let me take one more whack at these wagon tracks, and I'm gonna look for any fresh early wagon tracks.
Okay. Make your nature check.
Nature or survival?
I'm sorry, survival. Yes, you are correct. Thank you.
That'd be a 19.
I'm sorry I missed you.
That's a 19.
19. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's almost impossible to remember every rule all the time. It's common. I make mistakes constantly. It's just keeping the flow of the game going. So if you catch me on something, I'm sorry, it happens. But as long as we just keep the game moving all the time and don't get hung up on it. Let's see, we are is you at a 19 for your survival?
Correct.
If you see you see wagon tracks, but it does appear that they look older than last night.
Older than last night, meaning that they are not. They couldn't be the one that we're looking for, or older than last night, as in like the edges of the mud are already crusty and all that kind of shit.
Like it's kind of, yeah, it looks like it's weathered somewhat. It's like it's dried and gotten wet and dried again. So
okay.
With that high check, you don't. It could be because the fog was so thick, but again, you can't really tell. But you do find wagon tracks. But
okay.
I mean, usually it takes rain to weather tracks this bad.
Well, the fog was rather thick last night, and I could feel it on my skin condensating.
It was chilly. It's a gamble, but if we wanted to follow, we could.
Anywhere's better than out here with the wolves.
You could put one on. You could put a saddle on one and ride it into war.
You are short enough, Ridry.
Have you ever tried putting a saddle on a wolf?
I just sigh heavily.
All right. So, do we bumble our way back north then?
Let's go.
All
Well,
right.
I say we have nothing better to do.
So, I suppose we're going to try to follow whatever beaten road we can track to the north.
Okay, so you're trying to head back to Daggerford?
Correct.
Okay, so again, the sun beats higher and higher into the sky. You're making your way along this road. It widens to the point where don't remember this particular road being this wide, and you go around a corner and you see up ahead of you a place where the road seems to come to a slight fork. You don't recall seeing a fork in the dark as you made your way along. Again, one turns slightly east, the other turns slightly west. And as you make your way up, the fork to the right that turns, you see off in the distance, around some of the trees, what looks to be a very, very high, very, very old stone wall.
Well, that's
Well-
different.
This doesn't feel right.
Do I notice anything remarkable about the stone wall, or is it just a plain stone wall?
As you make your way further and further up the road, the wall begins to reveal itself somewhat. Let's see.
So the wall is revealing.
Oh, okay. As you make your way up and around, and you take that little path to the right, and you can see more and more of this wall. There are two enormous statues of knights soaring 90, 100 feet into the air. Both of them with their heads off, laying on the ground at the side of a set of large arched doors. Parts of the wall appear to be crumbling and in bad need of repair. It looks to be ancient.
Well, that's disturbing.
Pretty.
Oh shit.
Would I recognize this from academics growing up as a noble in like books or anything?
You've heard tale of many ancient civilizations, old castles, and well, the tales of them are many. They're numerous. As far as academically, you don't remember hearing anything about this a castle that was guarded by a pair of 100-foot tall knights.
Oh boy.
Does it appear to have been people coming through by tracks, or do we see any signs of life?
The tracks that you do see look weathered and ancient. There's the two huge iron gates. As you approach a little closer, both of the heads, the large sculpted heads of the knights, lying on the ground with their eyes unblinking toward the sky. You notice the heavy iron gates. There's a wooden portcullis just beyond, heavy iron bars that are slightly ajar.
Persephone giggles as she holds up the skull of Miguel and visually places him on top of the decapitated body of the statue.
I crush your skull.
No, I gave him a body.
Yeah, gave him like holding it, but holding the skull at arm's length and closing one eye so that you can put the skull on top of this giant statue.
I don't like this. I do not like this at all.
I'm having fun.
Hmm.
I'm enjoying this.
I believe that.
A signal.
This is very, very unsettling.
What would you like to do?
I want to move closer to the gate and inspect it, investigate the gate,
Okay.
see if there's a way through for us.
As you approach the gates, there is ample room. As a matter of fact, as you get close enough to it, there's almost enough room in this small opening. As you get closer to it, its sheer magnitude reveals itself to you. And the small opening that's in the gate from where it's nudged open is in fact big enough for you could squeeze a horse and carriage through here. If opened wide, these gates would be large enough to march an army through. So there is definitely a way in right here. If you would like to inspect this further.
I turn to the group and beckon them closer.
Well, friends, it appears we found our new kingdom.
I don't know. The statues seem a bit tall for my taste.
Everything seems a bit tall for your taste.
How did we even get here? This isn't.
As you turn and look back at the group, and you beckon them forward, a sudden sickening feeling hits the bottom of your stomach. Kiertis, a sudden sinking feeling of intense dread as you see back behind the last of the party members that are no more than 100 feet away. The trees, everything beyond, is obscured by a wall of white, swirling as it appears that up high, a pair of eyes appear out of it and look down at the rest of the party and you as it turns back and the fog begins to swirl up and around and begins to encroach further and further, almost as if it's reaching out for the rest of the people in your party as they're looking at you and you're looking back at them as you're closest to the gate and looking back down the road you've come. It seems as if the fog is now coming for them.
As I'm walking towards him, do I notice that he looks visibly shaken?
Make your perception check.
While he's doing that, can I shout something?
Sure.
I want to shout to the party, look behind you. The fog is coming.
I rolled a 14.
Yes, you can see him as he looks up and his jaw drops. As he looks up and there's the color kind of drops from his face for a moment as he points and says, the fog is coming for you. And as you turn and look, you can see wisps and tendrils of fog as it's swirling and coming up and around you faster and faster and for a moment you all see what he described the night before, as if the faces, lost souls, were living in that fog and reaching out for you.
I'm going to grasp my holy symbol and I'm going to hold my arm out and I am going to cast Sacred Flame.
Okay.
I yell at her, have fun with that. I'm Going towards the gate. Sprinting towards the gate.
Okay. So as you
I need to keep Miguel safe, so I run towards the gate too.
So as you all run, as you all begin running towards the gates, and where Caertis, Leliana holds aloft her holy symbol and mutters a few words, and a divine flame leaps forward as the fog envelops her. And as the rest of you move.
Do we notice that she's been
You're looking
enveloped?
you're looking back over your shoulder. You can see that she cannot be seen. She can no longer be seen. It's like the fog has just swallowed her whole. Leliana, as the fog rolls around you, it's suddenly an intense confusion comes over you as you feel hands clutching at your wrists and your ankles. And you try to move, and everything feels like it weighs so much like it's dragging you down. You fight and struggle for a moment. One knee hits the ground and you come back up. You look around. There's nothing but white and what appear to be faces clutching at you over and over again. What do you do?
I'm gonna cast Sacred Flame again.
Okay.
Could I possibly try to cast something as well?
Of course. Of course, you.
While they're moving towards me, I'm gonna search around the gate for like a gatehouse, like, a room, like somewhere where we can get away from the fog.
There is just inside of the gate what does look to be the remnants of a rundown house, and it does appear as if like its heavy oaken door is slightly ajar. Okay, and Leliana is one more time as you hold your holy symbol aloft and call forth the sacred flame. For a moment, the fog splits momentarily, and you can see the gates in front of you as it closes back up.
As it's open, I'm going to use Mage Hand, and I'm going to use it on her, and then pull her towards me so she does not get lost within the fog if it closes.
Okay, so you. Okay.
And I'm going to double her efforts and do the same thing with my Mage Hand.
Okay, so as the Mage Hand reaches out through the fog, you can feel through the arcane energies. You can feel it grasp her wrists, and you feel connected to her. The fog is now moving towards you as well.
And
Hello.
we're pulling her inside the gate. Or
at
least towards the gate.
You can't actually pull her. You can only move 5 pounds. You can grab hold of her and know she's still there, but you can't actually pull her. You can Mage Hand will only pull 5 pounds.
Can we use the like?
You can call out. You can call out to her if you like, and you can And
can we like tug, like a slight tug, not necessarily
So
like
you do
pulling
feel-
her, but tugging her towards
okay,
the
yes.
direction.
So Leliana, you do feel like this. The very familiar. You're used to magics and energies like this. Even if it's not divine, you do feel this slight tugging on your wrists in the direction where you had just seen the gates moments before.
I'm gonna, I guess, go forward.
Okay,
as I
so
feel the
again,
tugging.
following the tugging, you both feel her begin as she begins moving her full movement speed, and she comes bursting forth out of it. And as soon as you're out of the fog, it feels like the weight is just lifted, but there's a couple of hands and tendrils of fog that are reaching out for all of you as it moves closer and closer.
Yeah, I'm running towards the gate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Running.
Okay, so as you reach and grab each other's by the cloaks and collect each other up, and you make your way just through the gates to where Ridri and Kiertis are waiting. Okay, what next, Kiertis? Did you want to do something?
Yeah, I wanted to run to the building and like try and force the door open.
Okay, so as you run up, as you hit the door at a dead run, and you hit the door bursts open, and dust spews into the air. So you're inside this little guard building.
I turn straight to the group. Get inside.
I never stop sprinting.
Okay. Okay. So
Still running.
So are you running to the house? Are you running? Okay. So one by one, you all pile in, and once you're all inside, Kier's able to slam the door behind, and you take a second, sweat dripping from your brows as you take a moment and your eyes adjust to the interior of this dusty old guardhouse. You're able to go and look out one of the dirty windows, and the fog settles in around the gates, and it looks as if little bits of it, motes, swirls, come beyond the gate, and then settles back in and down as the fog settles itself in and around the gates. It looks as if it's stopped its pursuit for now. Motherfucker, why is there a spider on my desk? Fuck you. Die, bastard. Fuck.
I can help we did that.
That just...
I'm an exterminator.
I just scared myself.
An exterminator that gets sprayed by stink bugs.
Yeah. What was that roll?
So again, for now, it appears that the fog... Well, you rolling for extermination?
No, you're that was your attack roll to hit the spider.
Okay.
So
It's a good thing I had 3 attacks because the little bastard was tricky. My phone is kind of big too.
You were hitting it with your phone?
Yeah, I was smashing it with my phone. Oh, now I got I just realized I got spider all over my phone. Okay. Okay, so you're here in this.
I think I'm quiet.
I turned to the group. What in the blaze is going on?
Yeah, I believe that fog is now chasing us.
That was certainly something, wasn't it?
I don't think the fog was chasing. I think it was guiding us.
It's
think it was
hurting us like cattle.
I think it was driving us, driving us through the gate.
Liliana, what did you see inside of it?
I saw exactly what Kierta saw. Their faces and hands reaching out, trying to grab me, and it felt so like heavy. Everything felt. I felt like I was weighed down, like something was just crushing me. But my sacred flame did nothing to it. What is going on here?
As they're talking, is the room dark?
It's darkened. It seems like there is no real sunlight here. Here, where you are right now in this particular area at this time of day, and there's a heavy cloud cover that obscures everything. So it's almost as if even when the sun, you can see that the sun has risen into the sky, it's still almost as dark as twilight. What little light there is outside is spilling in through a pair of dirty windows. And it's a brown filth of film of years and years of neglect, and it's a very it's a almost oppressive and depressing feeling, even being in this guard shack with its humble interior, the couple of wooden chairs and a small table, an old tin cup that looks badly oxidized, like it's been sitting for a long time. It could have been sitting here for decades. A thick coat of dust on everything.
Okay, while everyone's talking, I'm gonna light up a torch to get some better light in the room.
Okay.
Does anybody know where we are? I find it hard to believe that an entrance like that to a kingdom would be unknown to any of us.
Wait, what's that, Miguel? He doesn't know.
Thank you, Miguel.
It would appear at the very least this is either ancient or foreign.
You don't
Clearly.
think this is...
If we leave this shack, will the fog continue at it? That's my only concern.
If we look towards the door, does it look like the fog is actually creeping underneath the door?
As you look out the window, it looks as if the fog has held itself at bay just beyond the iron gates.
Well, there's only one way we can find out. Send the priest up there. It likes her.
What? No!
It's
While
not
they're all talking, I'm gonna try and inspect the room, see if there's any like clues to where we might be, like anything like a banner or. Back.
Okay.
Somebody's got to take the
make
first
make
step.
make an investigation check.
I am not going back out there. You saw my sacred flame did nothing to it. Nothing touched it.
That's
Well, I
an
mean, if you don't have faith in your god's protection, that's on you.
that's a 19.
I never said anything
19?
about not having faith
Yeah.
in Paylor.
You see some old, rotten paperwork. Things about shift changes.
So if I pull out a little skeleton squirrel doll, can you tell me where the fog touched you?
Perhaps Miguel would like to step outside quickly.
Perhaps you would.
Ooh.
Or perhaps Miguel.
Did I notice anything else?
I actually. I'm looking for the graphic. Anyway, well, yeah, you do find a small, what looks like a pendant that has a raven's face on it. I was going to show you, but I guess I'm just going to have to describe it. That has a raven's face and two wings outstretched, with a crown above it. And you flip it over. The backside of it, it says Ravania on the backside. It looks to be finely crafted gold, and the raven's eyes have a pair of rubies in them. And probably looks like it's heavy. It's probably, if it were melted down, it's probably going to be worth at least 50 to 100 gold, just by its weight alone. But something this finely crafted is probably worth a lot more to
What were the
somebody who
gemstones?
the gemstones are probably worth 10 gold each. The
Rubies.
oh, the rubies, yes, they're red. Yes, those are their red eyes in the raven's face with its wings outstretched to either side, its face looking at you.
Okay. I look at the pendant and turn to the rest of the group and show it to them.
It's very shiny.
And then I turn to Redry and say, hands off.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Ask them, has anybody heard of this place, Ravenia? Or seen this?
Well, the old guy with the fire trick said something about it. I believe Fishmouth was keen on coming here.
He called it Barovia. Ravania is
Yeah.
something totally different.
Potato, potato. I want my 2 weeks of meals in the manor with the Duchess.
Well, then why don't you go ahead and take the rubies out of the eyes? That's worth 2 weeks. 2 weeks fine meals.
Redry, hands off.
Would I know anything about the name Ravenia? It sounds like a name, not a place.
And as they're talking, I then put it in my bag.
I take note of what.
Make a
pocket
history
he's
check.
putting it in.
History +3. Oh, that fell on the floor. Hold on. 21.
21.
Mm-hmm.
You recall an ancient story, a story from millennia, 500, maybe it could have been 1,000 years ago, of an ancient queen with a powerful son. Her name was Ravenia.
I relay that to the group.
Interesting. So there
Very
might be more of
powerful
those
son.
pendants laying around. We should check.
Do you think
Looks-
this has anything to do with the fog?
Maybe it has something to do with the curse that the bandit spoke of.
That is when we first saw the fog.
It is.
Have we decided on who's going to go outside and check on the fog?
I'll poke my head out. I'm curious. And
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
I'm just gonna lean out of the door and just look
So
towards
as you
the.
as you open the door, and the fog seems to be holding its place. Off to your left, way up the road, you hear the sounds of what could be activity, human movement, possibly off in the distance.
In the towards the fog or back in the.
Back the other direction, further in past the gates.
I don't think we're alone.
Well, any company's got to be better than weasels, wolves, and whatever that stuff is.
Maybe they can tell us where we are.
I just walk out the door and start making my way down the street.
Okay, so you begin making your way up the street. You know,
I follow him out.
as you make your way out up the street, oh, Lord of mercy. you're making your way towards the sounds of a what sound? It would be the sounds of a village off in the distance.
Sorry, I was just disconnected. What happened?
What was the last thing you heard?
Ukoto was checking outside. And,
Yes. Okay.
The road turns from hard-packed earth to gravel. It's the walls falling away behind you. You can hear the sounds distant, like the sound of the distant sound of people calling every once in a while. It's very faint, but you can hear it as it's echoing off the stone, the rock of the walls behind you, and the high stone of the mountains around. You follow this gravel path off in the direction of these distant sounds. The gravel road leads to eventually a village. Its tall houses dark as tombstones in this seemingly never-ending twilight. Nestled among these solemn dwellings are a handful of closed-up shops. Even the tavern is just completely shut tight. A soft whimpering draws your eye to a pair of children standing in the middle of the otherwise lifeless street.
They're adorable!
I turn to the girls like, I'll talk to them. I'm their size, so they'll feel more comfortable. I walk up to them and I say, how do you do? I'm Ridgely Tenpenny. How are you?
I am Rosavalda. They call me Rose. My brother, he's 7. Thornbolt. Everyone calls him Thorn, and Thorn is weeping and clutching a stuffed doll, and Rose is trying to get him to hush and be quiet. And after shushing the boy, the girl turns to you and says, "There's a monster in my house. There's a monster in our house." And she points over to a tall brick row house that has obviously seen better days. The windows are dark. It has a gated portico on the ground floor and a rusty gate that is slightly ajar. The houses on either side look abandoned, their windows and doors boarded up. And there's ash on the ground all around.
Rose, might I ask you, when was the last time you saw an adult around here?
Well, we see our parents frequently, but the monster that they keep trapped in the basement is loose now.
What kind of monster is this?
We don't know. We just heard its terrible howls, so we came out here. We can't go back in. Will you get it out of the house for us, please?
Well, I don't know about that.
Of course we will. Persephone steps up. Now, where's your house, little one?
It's right here behind, and it's the house that she pointed to. It's a tall brick house. I mean, it looks like it could be 3 stories tall. It looks like it's in bad repair as well, but the brick still holds. But like it's the only house that looks like it could be used. The houses on either side of it look like they have their windows and doors boarded up.
If I look at what they're wearing and I look at the house, do they seem to match? Like, are they dressed too well to be in such a house?
Oh, the house in the village itself, it looked like, I mean, it's good. I mean, I mean, it's perfectly suited to, aside from being old, I mean, if this were a house back in Daggerford, well, this would be a quite exquisite house. I mean, 3 stories, all brick. It just looks like it just looks like it's seen better days.
I want to turn to Rose and ask, where are we? What is this place called?
Well, what do you mean?
What is the name of this village? What is the name of this land? We have become lost. We would
And
like
what
to know
is
where
that
we are.
oppressive misty wall keeping us here?
You mean the one behind you?
I turn behind.
And the fog has started moving up the streets. And again,
Oh.
Do you know anything about the fog?
I know that anyone who gets lost in it dies in it. The Vistani are the only ones who ever go through the fog and come back.
So if we take you to the house and we slay this monster, can we outwait this fog? Will it go away?
Yeah, yes, it will. But please, we must hurry. Please.
I say we go right now.
Where are your parents right now? Why aren't they handling this monster?
They left for market sometime last night and haven't been back since.
I want to ask again, what is the name of this village? What is the name of this land? Is this Barovia that we are in?
Well, yes, this is the outskirts of the village and country of Barovia. Silly. I mean, it's been that way. It's been named that for 1,000 years.
Well, that answers our question about sleeping in the fog.
Are you Vistani? You don't look Vistani, and you definitely don't look Barovian. Where did you come from? Maybe you should tell us inside as the fog begins creeping up closer and closer and begins swirling around your feet. Your feet.
I see the fog coming closer and I ready my daggers and just walk into the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I take it we're all following.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna ready my bow.
That
and-
isn't
Okay.
Yeah, the spear's already out.
okay. So as you walk up, okay, now this is where things are going to get kind of tricky for me because I am going to show you this. And this is something I haven't had a chance to test yet, but because I'm not really sure how this works. This is one of the things but let's see, which layer are we on? I need to go to, what are you looking at right now? What can you guys see?
Just a black screen.
A black screen.
Yes.
With 2 little girls.
Well, I've moved those away. I've
Ah.
exited out of
Get out of here, girls.
Well, one's the little boy.
Whoops.
How dare
Oh,
you?
that's what he gets for having a doll.
Hey, now. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, every little boy has a stuffed animal.
Aww.
Okay.
My son has a lot.
Mm.
Okay.
No teddy bears?
Actually, he just recently got a giant green triceratops.
I was about to ask about dinosaurs.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
Buttasaurus.
Damn it, I
to
was
come
taking a
back.
drink.
Dude, Booty claposaurus.
I was taking a drink just as you said that.
I thought I had this figured out. I'm so sorry, guys. Let's see.
It's all good.
Take your time, homie.
None of us know any better than you do. So.
You did say earlier we could do the old fallback of imagination.
Mm-hmm. But this fucking map is so cool. God damn it.
Are you gonna accidentally flash us spoilers?
No.
That's what he's trying
no,
not to do.
no. I'm trying to. This is the part where you need tokens because when you put your token on here, as you move your token, you can see things.
Oh.
Oh, that sounds really cool.
Yeah. So.
Why aren't you doing that?
Because that's one of the things that I haven't been able to figure out yet. If I could figure out how to, let's see. Okay, bam. Okay, now, is anything revealed? You
Nice.
see. Huh?
No, it's just black. It's just black.
Fuck. Hide areas. Reset fog. Reset fog. We turn off the fog of war. Cancel.
So,
Reveal.
do you have tokens for us?
No, I don't. That's what I was trying to get to. If you would like to, we can continue this Theater of the Mind.
I'm good with that.
It's been working pretty well so far. You guys are pretty good at this. I mean, there's been a couple of, but there's. Okay, so. Hold on one second.
So are tokens something we actually have to buy to use?
No.
No.
Okay.
They're symbols that you drop on here to represent yourself.
You can use that picture that you've uploaded.
Yeah,
as a
you can
picture.
use the picture that you've
Okay.
uploaded, but I think I have to do something with it and put it into the game and then turn over control of the token to you. So that's something that I haven't entirely figured out yet. So
Well, Vance said whenever he's free during the week, he'll help you, give you some advice and tips and stuff.
okay, that would be super cool. Okay, so as you make your way to the first area, damn, that sucks because this map is so cool. The following, let's see, as you make your way up onto, there's a wrought iron gate with hinges on one side and a lock on the other that fills the archway of a stone portico. The gate is unlocked and its rusty hinges shriek when the gate is open, and an oil lamp hangs from the portico ceiling by chains, flanking a set of oaken doors that open as you run to the door and fling the double doors open. You find yourself in a grand foyer. Hanging on the south wall of the foyer is a shield emblazoned with a coat of arms, sort of a stylized golden windmill on a red field, flanked by framed portraits of stony-faced aristocrats. Mahogany-framed double doors leading from the foyer to the main hall, leading to what would appear to be a main hall area, are set with panes of stained glass.
I'm in the lead, so I'm gonna go ahead and enter sneak,
And
start
just
sneaking.
So you're going to go ahead and move on because what you've done is you've gone through the iron gate, through the first set of
Yeah, like into the actual house.
yeah. So
itself.
you've moved into the foyer where there's pictures of aristocrats on the wall, and
I'm going to make sure everyone's inside and then close the doors. Keep the fog out.
what do we do with the children?
Did they not follow
Children
us
come
inside?
in with us.
Well,
Someone,
yes, but
someone
they have
should
to be
stay
careful.
with them and make sure that they're safe.
They'll stay safe with me.
Okay, so
Keep her away from the children.
okay,
I think she's the best babysitter because there's 2 of them.
What if we just send them to their room
This,
and have them stay there until we take care of this monster?
okay.
What if the monster's in their room?
We don't know where the
What if
monster
it's
is.
under their bed?
So you're in the foyer area with the doors of the house standing open. While you're talking about this, you look around and realize the children are not in there with you.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's not good.
Well,
Did they?
If we look out the windows, are they floating
Well,
around outside?
the front doors are there. Where the little wrought iron gate had been, and the arched portico area, the stone portico, before you got to the heavy oak doors, the entrance to the house, the kids are standing just beyond the iron gate still, as those heavy oaken doors are standing open, and they're standing just behind that creaky iron gate.
Let's call them back in.
And as you move over and beckon them back, Thorn, Rose, Thorn, you should come inside. It's like they're like, we dare not, while the monster still lurks.
It's either you're in here with us or you get lost forever in the fog.
and
And
Tiny Human, we will need your help to find it.
And as Thorn clutches his doll closer and pulls it tight to his chest, his eyes wide as the fog is over and just covers both of them completely and begins moving towards the door of the house.
Should we go save them?
Well,
1, 2,
if
3, not it.
Well, if they're less afraid of the fog than they are of whatever's in here, I say we send a priest.
What? You've got to be
Can I-
kidding me.
Can I mage hand do this trick once more? Can I mage hand try to grab like the doll from the boy and pull the doll to the house? Maybe tempt him with the doll.
You can always try.
I'm gonna try that.
Okay.
What am I rolling?
Oh no, I am.
Oh, okay.
Because it's magic, it's a saving throw, I think.
Your
The doll has a saving throw.
Well, the kid's holding it.
your mage hand reaches out into the dark and extends as far as you can. It's like, and you're grasping left and right, but it doesn't appear as if it's reaching anything. You swipe again and move the hand left, right, up and down until you feel you can hear it turning rocks and gravel outside as the fog begins whipping in the door and tendrils of it
Okay, close the door.
wrapping around your feet
I slam the door closed.
as the door closes.
Alright. Let us not lock the door in case they find their way back to it. Other than that, I think we've done everything we could.
I've got the feeling not to trust anything in here.
Who wants to just sit at the door until this fog goes away?
And wait to get
I
eaten?
believe we
I
have a
don't
monster
think
to
so.
deal with.
Well, we must remember there is something in here, according to those children.
Something that scared them more than the fog eating them, which just happened. They preferred that.
Would you prefer that?
We can throw you out.
Well, I'm saying we can decide once we find this monster.
What if we put the monster outside?
so it can eat the children that you wish to save.
The children are gone. There are no more. Nor flesh nor bones. They are gone.
I once
got
heard
over
of
that rather quick.
I once heard of an old cruel wizard who went around stabbing people. You remind me of him.
Oh, you're probably talking about Grandpa Vestamon.
I think I've heard of him. Like cutting throats.
Oh, Grandpa was always a funny guy.
While they're talking, I want to look around the room, see, like, is there like dust anywhere, or is there any?
Actually, everything is immaculately clean. Inside the house is really, really nice. The pictures on the wall, the coat of arms, the stylized gold windmill, polished, the framed portraits, the stony-faced aristocrats. On the coat of arms, you may make out in very fine calligraphy. It says House of Durst.
They did it all for the Nookie.
Oh, motherfucker, you stole my joke.
You can see through as you're looking through, you can see through the panes of stained glass, beautifully handcrafted into through the rose and azure colors of the stained glass. What appears to be like a main hall. As you like put your face up to the glass and look to the left, there's a black marble fireplace at one end, and you look back to the right, and there's a sweeping red marble staircase at the other.
Wait. I go to the fireplace.
Okay, so
Is
you
it
open the door,
closed?
open because the doors are still closed. The stained.
Oh.
So as because he's looking through the stained glass, there's still another set of doors in front of you. So as you open,
Is there any other doors out of this room, or is it these ones?
the door behind you, the double doors that lead outside, there's another set of double doors with the stained glass that you're looking through right now.
Okay.
So there's that new door and a staircase.
Okay, if you're looking through, I was describing what he sees as he looks through the rose and azure, the red and blue of the stained glass. He can see to the left what looks to be a black fireplace, and to the right, a curved staircase.
Okay.
So, but oh, so totally not Ember. I almost called you. Leilani raises her hands with the stitches on her wrist show as her cloak draws back for a moment, and she grabs the handles and flings the doors open.
Leilani?
Huh?
Persephone.
You said Leilani?
I mean Persephone. Damn it.
Getting my name wrong over and over again.
Yeah, so as you fling the doors open, it's a beautiful, beautiful room with the black marble fireplace to your left, and this sweeping red marble staircase at the other end that looks to be that appears to go up into a spiral. At the far end, at the far right end, as you move into this new room, you can see there's a longsword above the fireplace. Wood paneled walls that are ornately sculpted with images of vines, flowers, nymphs, and satyrs.
I want to move towards the longsword. Inspect the longsword.
As you move closer to it, you can see that a windmill cameo is worked into the hilt.
I want to poke around the fireplace with my spear. Is the ash in there still? Like, is there still live embers in it, or anything standing out from the ash?
No. That was funny. That was There does not appear to be.
Yeah, I'd like to.
It
I'd like
does
to
not
go
appear to
towards
be.
the staircase.
It appears to be old ash. What little there is, it looks like it's been cleaned. So
Didn't the children say that their parents kept the monster downstairs?
Yes, but they also said that the monster is now out.
It escaped.
the
So
set of
wouldn't there
Perhaps,
be a mess?
perhaps the monster is like an animal that's cage bound. It prefers to return back to its cage even though it can go out.
Perhaps the children were the monsters.
That would be possible, but terrifying.
At any rate, we should go upstairs and see what's up there.
Before we go upstairs, I want to.
there is a set of stairs, huh?
I wanted to say is before we go upstairs, can I look around the room and see if there's any other doors?
Absolutely. There is, almost directly across from where you had come into this room through the stained glass doors. There's two. There are two doors on the far side of the room, and one immediately to your right.
I want to open the one immediately to my right.
Okay, so if you take that right turn and head back towards the staircase, there's a door on your right, and as you open the door, you notice very quickly that the oak paneling of the room kind of looks like a hunter's den. There is a fireplace in here as well, and mounted above the fireplace is a stag's head, and positioned around the outskirts of the room are 3 stuffed wolves.
I pet the wolves.
Two padded
Is there? Pardon, go ahead.
2 padded chairs draped in animal furs face the hearth with an oak table between them supporting a cask of wine, 2 carved wooden goblets, a pipe rack, and a candelabrum. A chandelier hangs above a cloth-covered table surrounded by 4 chairs. So there is...
Persephone dances all around the room, petting all the pelts and the dead animals.
Now, Persephone, we have to leave these here.
2
We cannot take them with us.
2 cabinets stand against the walls. The east cabinet sports a lock.
Can I open the other cabinet and have a look inside?
The cabinet that
Not locked.
doesn't look like it's locked.
Yes.
As you crack it open, and find a small box containing a deck of playing cards and a large assortment of wine glasses.
I'll go towards the locked cabinet and pull out a lockpick.
Okay.
I turn to Ridgely.
Start working on it.
I turn to Ridgely and say, "Look, more wine glasses."
Not quite as nice.
No, not nearly as nice as the one from before. Okay, so go ahead and make your sleight of hand check.
Okay.
So, oh shit!
Messed that up.
So it's a +4. Just roll the 20 +4.
You can also click on the left
There we
side.
22.
22. Quite easily, quite deftly. It's like as you pull out your lockpick, and you put your ear up to it, and you're just like snicker once, and with one hand you're able to pop the lock on it. And inside you find a heavy crossbow, a light crossbow, a hand crossbow, and 20 bolts for each weapon.
I will take the hand crossbow for myself and say, anybody else want one?
I'll take the light crossbow.
And as I'm playing around with the taxidermy animals, do I notice anything odd about them?
No, I mean, just, aside from being some fine pelts.
I'm going to take a pelt.
There's
As Leilana
there's
gives me the stink eye, maybe.
15. There's at least
Oh.
there's at least 15 fine rabbit pelts. One that looks they're exceptionally soft. One that looks to be like a large badger pelt that still has the feet and head on it, but all it's still got the little ears and a little the tanned hide underneath. And it looks like whoever tanned the hide did a great job, because it looks like they kept the waterproof qualities of the pelt. And there is a full-sized gray wolf pelt in here as well.
Miguel approves of this handiwork.
Liliana's just shaking her head. I mean, I did say she couldn't take the taxidermied animals. I never said anything about not taking the pelts, so go ahead.
Persephone smiles gleefully, her eyes lighting up.
The crossbow bolts, was there anything unusual about them, or were they just normal crossbow bolts?
Yeah, they appear to be mundane in nature. It does not appear that they have anything, but they are finely crafted. It doesn't appear as though they have any runic inscriptions or anything that would make them magical in nature.
Okay, I was wondering whether they were silver or not.
I'd like to return.
Oh
to
no,
the
it does not
open-
look like they're silver. They are regular steel and iron, but finely crafted. Okay, so as you make your way back into the main hall, again, you see the two doors in front of you and a small hallway off to the right by the.
I'd like to head down the small hallway.
Okay, as you do, there's a door in front of you and a door to the right.
I'll go to the one straight in front of me.
I will follow.
Okay, as you.
Yeah, I'll go as well.
Okay,
I'm
so
following,
say-
but I'm also trying to listen to see if I can hear any sounds of a creature.
Okay, so as you go and you push the door open, it's already just ever so slightly ajar. You find a fully set dining room, a long table with 6 chairs around it. The centerpiece of this wood panel dining room is the table carved of mahogany with the high back chairs with sculpted armrests and cushioned seats, and a crystal chandelier hangs above the table. The table covered with resplendent silverware and crystalware, polished to a dazzling shine. And again, as in the rooms before, another fireplace. And mounted above the marble fireplace is a mahogany framed painting of an alpine vale. The wall paneling is carved with elegant images of deer among the trees. Red silk drapes cover the windows, and a tapestry depicting hunting dogs and horse-mounted aristocrats chasing after a wolf hangs from an iron rod bolted to the south wall.
Do I notice anything about the painting? Like, does it look like it's been disturbed, or has it been sitting there for a while?
What's that?
Unmoved?
What's that? What painting?
The one that you said had the veil on it.
Oh, the tapestry.
Yeah.
Make your perception check.
Do I hear anything? Because
Make your perception check.
okay, what is my perception? +3.
I'm standing there petting my new pelts because I love pet things.
I got a 9.
A 9?
I got a 21.
21?
Mhm.
Okay. You, as you're looking at the tapestry, depicting the hunting dogs and the horse-mounted people chasing a wolf. You can tell that it's very fine fabric. Your eyes are kind of drawn back to and distracted by the wall paneling and its carvings of deers among the trees. As you hear a small, this like a scratching on this. That sounds like it's coming on this from the ceiling above.
I think we found
that
our
was-
monster.
Maybe they have a servant with a peg leg.
Well,
What would you like to do? I mean,
I'd like to go back out in the hall and check the room that was on the right that would now be on my left.
okay.
Yes.
Yep.
I want to do that as well.
Okay.
I'll follow Ridgery, but I want to stay 5-10 feet back.
Okay.
So there was no sounds at all.
So that's what I said. As you hear the sounds of the scratching from above.
Oh, from above. Okay.
perhaps we should set a trap and draw it over. If it hears noise inside its territory, it's bound to come over and investigate.
So it's you.
That's logical.
As you guys begin, Ukoda hanging back a little bit. Kiertis and Ridgery checking out the room from before, the door that you had just walked past. You open the door to find a kitchen. It's incredibly tidy. Dishware, cookware, utensils neatly placed on shelves, work table, cutting board, rolling pin on top of it. A stone dome-shaped oven stands near the east wall. Its bent iron stovepipe connecting to a hole in the ceiling. Behind the stove and to the left is a thin door leading to what looks to be a pantry.
I want.
Go ahead.
I was going to look inside the pantry.
A quick look inside the pantry shows what looks to be a well-stocked pantry. There's plenty of food in here, and a very small door.
I turn to Ridgery and point out the door and ask him if he wants to check it out.
Well, just because I could fit through it doesn't mean I have to open it.
Fine, I will open it.
So
You go through it.
reaching in through the pantry, you can actually walk inside and see the shelves. It's the well-stocked shelves. Food everywhere, fruits, bags of grain, root vegetables sitting in pots. And you reach over this, it's a 2-foot wide door. You throw it open and you see a shaft running up the side with a rope to it. You realize that it's a dumbwaiter. It's contains a wooden elevator box, and simple rope and pulley mechanisms.
I don't like where this is going.
Going up?
You could go in, or we could go back to the group. there's no need to separate.
Well,
We know where it goes. We
We
could stick together and just go up the stairs.
we could also check out what the scratching on the ceiling was.
yes, you could send me up. I could peek
Wait,
out and then come right
Here's
back.
an idea. If the creature's upstairs, perhaps we should investigate downstairs to get a better idea of what we're dealing with.
Well, there's a certain strategic disadvantage to fighting in a basement, such as
But if
you're fighting in a basement.
Only one way in, one way out. I
No,
want to look
but-
around. I want to look around the pantry and see if there's any meat.
There is. There's like there's actually a ton of there's smoked hams and what looks to be venison, sausages, like hard scrabble sausages, and I mean it looks like it was just recently stocked. Everything looks really fresh and amazing.
Okay. I want to take a large handful of the venison and bring
Okay.
it out to Persephone and say, "Will this help with your trap?"
with my trout?
Trap?
Oh, perhaps. We honestly don't know what we're dealing with or what it eats, but we can certainly try.
I'd like to test the stability of the dumbwaiter.
What if we put the meat in the dumbwaiter and see what happens when we pull it up?
Now, that's not a bad idea.
The meat can't tell you what
That's quite clever.
if nothing happens.
No,
Yes,
but
but
we,
if-
we can certainly hear it.
And we will know. Do you want to go up there first and risk being attacked?
Or send the meat?
You're right.
I'm-
Send the meat.
Also, Persephone pulls out like one of the vegetables nearby to put it in the dumbwaiter as well.
Okay.
We'll see if it's an omnivore.
As they're doing that, I look around to see if there's like an apple or something.
There are fresh fall apples.
All right, I grab one and just start eating it.
Green with red. As you bite into it, as you bite into the apple, it's actually completely flavorless. It's like biting into soft wood. It's just like, it's, while it looks fresh and beautiful, it's like eating the memory of an apple.
I turn to the rest of the group. There was something wrong with this food. Here, try.
No.
Is there a window
you ate
inside
that.
of the kitchen?
Fine.
There is
There's
not.
a lot of food in
There
this
is.
room.
There is not.
Try something.
No windows.
Nope.
Shit.
Why would a pantry have a window?
I'm
Oh,
talking about in the kitchen itself.
Ah,
Yeah. No. This is so far. This is the dining room and the hunter's den and everything else that you've been in so far has had windows. This is not. It has one door in and the dumbwaiter. Looks like the only entrances or exits to this particular room.
wait, I just realized for a place this large, shouldn't they have servants?
Shouldn't
Maybe
there be
servants'
somebody?
quarters?
Everything is far too clean.
Especially with two children.
And a
Taking a
supposed
moment to
monster upstairs.
listen. Aside from the scratching we heard earlier, do we hear any like pitter patter, any sounds of the children being in the house?
Make your perception check.
I want to go
I-
find a window and look outside.
Again, I say this food. There's no flavor. Tastes like biting into wood.
18.
18. Dead silent in the house now. There's not a sound except for a slight movement of the wind outside.
I think
And it was Leilani or Leiliana. You said you wanted to go back and look out a window.
Yes.
Okay. As you move back into the last place that you saw, you move back into the dining hall where Ukoto was kind of hanging back, and you look out the window. You can see it looks like the house. As you look out, you can see it looks like the fog is kind of circling the house now. It's just kind of it's moved all back up around the windows.
Do I see the children?
As you stare closer and closer, it looks like a face kind of drifts by in the fog, and it looks like you swear for a second it's as if the face turned and looked at you.
Oh.
I'm gonna start hoisting this meat up the dumbwaiter.
Okay,
Yes.
so
It hoists the meat up before it gets the hose again.
so you put the meat and and Ember's carrot in there, and you just until you can hear it reach the other end.
Maybe you should shake
I'll
the
listen
rope
for
a little bit.
anything happening. Well, I'm sure they heard it going up.
So you are. Oh shit! Ow.
I call back to the group. I really don't like this.
Layla,
I don't like this at all. Can
Leliana
Persephone,
is
can you come here, please?
while you're in
I-
while you're in there getting you step back from the windows, your eyes are drawn back to the wall paneling that's so painstakingly and elegantly carved, the images of deers among the trees. You lean in and you start looking a little closer, and you see twisted faces carved into the tree trunks, and wolves lurking amid the carved foliage of the trees and the brush, staring at the deer.
Persephone?
I'll hurry on right over.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you see this right here? In the trees? Faces?
As you lean in closer, Persephone, you see, as she points it out, it becomes glaringly obvious that these trees are within the carving of the bark are twisted faces with eyes askew and mouths gaping open with rows of jagged teeth.
I wish I could have something like that in my garden.
Nope, don't like that. God, nope. Mm-mm. I'm gonna just grab my holy symbol and
for a second it
say a little prayer.
it strikes you how close everyone had been standing to this just moments before. You realize that
What do I realize?
that this is something that you should have noticed right away. This is becoming unsettling.
Something is playing tricks with us here.
Okay.
Yeah.
What would you like to do?
How's that meat looking?
There hasn't been a sound. The bell that's next to the dumbwaiter that's attached to the rope hasn't rung. Everything is quiet except for the occasional sound of the wind outside.
I've got my holy symbol clutched, and I'm just saying a
as you
little prayer to Paylor.
And it comes back into view. It's they're sitting on the left is the meat, on the right is the carrot.
Ghosts.
Well, I turn to Caritas. Do we just want to take the stairs or take
I
the
say we take-
stairs?
At this point, we may as well. Either something's playing with us or it's expecting us.
Yeah.
I don't know.
can-
I feel like if something's playing with us, it wants us to go upstairs.
I want to go back and check the other doors.
Let's do that.
Don't go upstairs. Don't go down. Check the other.
Okay. As you make your way back out into the main hall where the stairs are, there are 2 doors to your right.
Okay, I want to check the door on the 2 doors. I want to turn to the 2 doors in my right and check the one on the left.
Okay, so the one on the left, you come and open it, and there's a hallway. There's a long hallway that leads back into the dining room that you were just in.
Okay, then I want to check the one on the right.
And you grab the door and you kind of steel your nerves, and your hand goes to your waist to get ready for anything, and you swing the door wide. You find yourself face to face with a cloak rack in a cloak room with several black cloaks hanging and a top hat sitting up on a high shelf.
Woo! I grabbed the top hat and put it on Miguel.
Over the ground. Cool. So you
I want to search the room, like search the cloaks, see if there's anything hidden.
no, there's as you make your way, and they're finely made woolen cloaks. That would be the kind that they just drape over your shoulder, and they've got ornate brass buttons on the front with a chain that hooks around to keep it, to fasten it in place. They're very nice cape style cloaks. They look incredibly high quality, but there are no pockets or any other sort of markings that indicate, a maker or anything like that. No sort of maker's mark.
So turn back to the group and ask them, so do we go up or do we go down?
They're all standing behind you, looking at you as you fling open the door to the cloakroom. And
Well, the only sign of life we've received came from up top.
I still say we go down to the basement. That's my vote.
What if we were to split forces and explore both ways?
That's a terrible idea, Rudry. We don't do that.
Never.
Terrible,
Split.
terrible idea.
It's something I learned from an old philosopher, Scupentine Dubert.
Scoop time. Sorry. Friends, I leave this to you. We could follow Persephone's idea and go underneath.
Might as well. Bottom to the top.
All right, so it is. And I'm readying an Eldritch Blast if something hostile comes towards us.
I've never put my daggers away.
Yeah, I've still got my bow in my hand.
I have my mace, but I also am ready to.
okay, if you would real quickly give me a marching order. Who's in front?
I'm gonna step back.
Don't everyone volunteer at once.
I'll go first. Ridry Tenpenny.
I'm in the middle.
Yeah, I'm gonna be, and like, around the middle too.
Okay.
I'll be in front of her.
I'll be behind Ridry.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm at the back.
Let's see.
All right. So the order is.
Is Ridry,
Ukoda,
Ukoda,
Persephone, Liliana, and then me.
Ukoda, and
Are you comfortable with that, Liliana?
Perfectly fine. Ooh.
so you have the brave, super brave halfling taking up the lead.
Well, Brave is
Well,
actually one of
It
my
it comes
characters.
with the short stature. Got to make up for something.
Well, I'm an
So as
archer,
you-
so I'm usually staying a bit of a distance away.
So again, you make your way up the red marble stairs. Your
I thought we were
boots.
going down.
Huh?
Yeah, we
There's-
were going downstairs.
We're going down.
There is no down.
Oh. They lied to us. We're going up.
There is no basement. Okay.
Or maybe they were saying that the monster was kept on the floor that we're already on.
Or maybe they were
And
just
yet there's
lying
no
and trying to.
signs of a mess.
Maybe they were just lying and trying to trick us into the house.
So as you make your way up the red marble stairs, your boots echoing from the stone walls. Nice. Good one, Chrissy.
I'm sorry, I got ADD.
No, that's perfect. That's perfect. It popped up on the side, on the other screen. It's perfect. You make your way up. You slowly reach a landing, and you see a hall that's the same size as the hall below. There's unlit oil lamps mounted on the walls of this elegant hall. Hanging above the mantelpiece is a wood frame portrait of the Durst family, Gustav and Elizabeth Durst, with two small children that you had seen previously, Rose and Thorn. Cradled in the father's arms is a swaddled baby, which the mother is looking down at in the portrait with a hint of scorn. Standing suits of armor flank wooden doors in the east and west walls. Each suit of armor clutches a spear and has a visored helm shaped like a wolf's head. The doors are carved with dancing youths.
I thought the downstairs was a little much.
The spiral stairs that you are on, as you reach this landing and you see this hall, they continues to go up.
So there's only the one hall leading to a
There's
set
a
of doors.
there's a set of double doors on the left and the right, and there is a door immediately to your right as well, a smaller door, but there's two sets of double doors to the left and the right. That would be the west and east walls. The set of double doors is in between these suits of armor with the helms that look like wolves' faces.
I'll go for that door.
Which one?
Actually,
I'm gonna.
The left
Beneath-
one.
There's
and
again,
beneath the armor with the wolf face, if I just take off the wolf face helmet, is there anything underneath?
so you're gonna snatch the helmet off of one of the suits of armor.
Yes,
Okay, so you
I'm
can.
going to start a hat collection.
Okay, so as you reach up and tring, it's you pull once, pull twice, and the third time, the helmet comes off in your hands.
It's mine now.
Okay, and there's wooden.
Anyone
and
notice that
the wooden doors again? The wooden double doors on either side, again beautifully hand carved, just like downstairs. Shows like dancing children.
Does anybody find it odd that Rose and Thorn never mentioned that they had a sibling?
I had noticed that. But also it seems the mother was not very fond of this child.
At least the child was in the picture.
Oh, that doesn't mean anything. Maybe the whole time this was being painted, somebody was passing wind. Maybe.
No, I don't think so. That a mother would not be looking down at a child with such scorn if someone were just passing wind.
Okay, well, who would paint her face with scorn?
Should we investigate to see if this child has a bedroom somewhere in the house? Maybe that'll answer some questions.
Ah, yes, there
Yeah.
must be a nursery
I'm all for
somewhere.
that.
I want to check the door immediately to my right.
Check the door
Like,
immediately to
slowly.
your the smaller
The small
door. The smaller door.
I want to listen first to see if I can hear anything on the other side.
Okay, so you put your ear down to the door. Make a perception check.
That's a 21.
21. Listen closely. Closely. You hear a creak for a second and then realize that it's your own weight as you're leaning against the door. And it's just
Okay, I want.
dead
I want to
silent. Dead silent for a moment. For a moment, you can hear your own heartbeat. That is so quiet. You hear the dull in your ear.
Okay, I want to slowly open the door.
Reach up and grab the doorknob and.
Yeah, and look inside.
Okay, and as you stick your head inside, you see a pair of beds, very, very humble beds. As you move in, you see bits of straw sticking out from the mattresses. At the foot of each bed is a footlocker.
I want to call out to the others and say that I found some beds.
I'll
Do
walk
the
in.
footlockers in the bed
on.
seem to be child-sized?
They look to be.
It's the servants' quarters.
We were
Yeah,
asking
they
about
looked-
the servants' quarters.
Why only
Uh,
2 servants?
I want to look in the footlockers.
One to cook and one to clean, obviously.
And as you're looking, or as you open the footlockers, you find them completely empty, and then notice out of the corner of your eye there's another door, smaller than the one that you came through to get in here.
Is any of the other, like the rest of the group, in with me? Or is it just me in the room?
I'm in as well.
I followed.
I'm
Okay.
out in the hall.
Okay. I call out to Ridry and say, "We found another door for you to look at."
Leliana, as you look to the right, you can see another small. It's another small 2-foot door.
I'm
It's
gonna go
just
have a listen.
Is there anything else in the room, like a wardrobe or anything like that?
no. There's a door back. If you were looking at where you came into the room, there's a door immediately to the left, and then a small door, only about 2 feet high, to the right.
Yeah, I want to go press my ear against the door just to listen.
Okay. Again, as you're listening, are you making a perception check?
Yeah.
Sorry.
17.
17. Again,
Mm-hmm.
you are quite certain that there's nothing moving along this. As you're listening, you kind of drum your finger against the door, and you can feel, and you can hear like almost like a hollow sound on the other side.
I
There's-
just realized something. If the food has no taste and things don't really have a sound, are we even in the mortal plane?
You know, I was beginning to wonder about that myself. Didn't, oh gosh, what was his name again?
The gypsy man?
Yes, Stanimir.
Stanimir?
I put down Manamir.
I'm beginning to feel that maybe they were only there to lure victims back to this place. They said there was a curse.
And the curse needs to be fed.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, when we were down there, I looked outside. The fog again. It was just circling the house, and I didn't see the children, but I saw another face staring at me from that fog.
So we should take the venison and throw it outside to see if the fog will eat it.
This is why I love D&D. This right here. This is the shit.
I'm not even gonna argue with that.
Persephone is a simple woman.
I'm just gonna shake my head and turn to the door to the left, the larger door.
Okay, as you swing the door open, look, you see very, very tidy servants' uniforms look freshly pressed and clean, hanging from hooks inside.
Is there anything else inside?
Yeah, as you check around further, it doesn't. There's a pair of highly polished shoes. That
Can
look
I
like they look like they're
investigate?
too small for you. What's that now?
Can I investigate the clothes and see if there's any like signs that the clothes were even worn? Do they have like a hair on them? Are they worn at the pits? Like things like that.
Make you an investigation check.
I'm still by the door.
The smaller
I know
door.
I didn't. Yeah, the smaller door. I know I didn't hear anything, so I'm going to go ahead. I'm gonna reach out and try the knob and see if maybe it's locked or unlocked.
All right, and I got a 17 on that investigation.
17 on your investigation as you're looking through the clothes. They look brand new. They don't look. They look freshly pressed, freshly cleaned. Every line, every crease, every button it gets a high shine. But
Like it's never been worn.
But as you bleed in, it has the smell of ash. It smells like it's been burned.
Okay,
And-
guys, I have an idea. Let's burn down the house.
And Leliana, as you find that there is as your quick investigation finds that there is no lock, but you do find a small button next to the door.
Against my better judgment, I'm going to push the button.
You push the button, and you hear from downstairs, you hear a bell ring coming from back down the stairs.
That's where this door leads. Okay, we're good. I'm gonna leave the room.
Did you
I'm
get
gonna leave
like
him.
Vincent and a carrot?
If I did, it can stay there.
But she wants to throw the venison out the window.
Yeah, let's see if the fog eats it.
Okay, I return to the hall.
Okay, so making your way back out into the hall again. There's these 4 suits of armor. One now missing its helm. There's the carved doorways to the west and east, and the marble fireplace in front of you. What would you like to do?
Is it just me, or have we investigated almost the entire house?
There's still another floor.
Yeah. So there's these 2 rooms and then another floor. I want to check the door to the east.
The door to the east. Okay, as you reach out and put your hands on the door, and you look down at the hand carvings on the door, you see these dancing children aren't actually dancing. You lean in closer and closer, and you can see that these are carvings of children. They're fighting off swarm after swarm of bats. And hesitantly, you put your hand to the doorknob. Give it a turn, and that is where we're going to have to call it a night for now, because we are after midnight.
This is interesting.
So
Yeah,
the
I like
theme
this.
here is
So-
children. That is a theme.
So, to the folks who have been through Curse of Strahd before, is this anything like the last time you played?
No.
It's extremely different,
Yeah.
and I like it so much more.
It's just-
Me too. It's definitely a lot more tense instead of funny. I mean,
yeah,
we have
it-
our funny moments, but
yeah.
still.
Like throwing venison out of a window.
I have a deep affection for gothic horror, and I think I've really tried to pour my soul into the prep for this, because it's like I think nuances are what this is all about.
Oh wait. So like those details were not in the book.
A lot of some of them are, but there's just a lot of shit that just kind of got glossed over. There's, to me, these characters and this setting should have a very distinct personality. Now we'll get to some places and you'll run into some people that you've met before. They'll be really, really, really fucking different than
Yeah.
So, and
I'll
I
bring a
hope
lot of bread.
I hope you guys are enjoying the soundtrack too, because I really spent a lot of
Yeah.
time. So
The
Yeah,
soundtrack. The soundtrack
Yeah,
adds another
really
level
good.
to it.
Yeah,
so
it takes it up a notch.
okay, cool.
Give me chills.
But I have everything bookmarked. I know exactly where we are, and we can. It shouldn't be. And I went ahead also, and I saved. I bookmarked your character sheets. So I like, as you level up and stuff, I should be able to. I've got like a folder on my bookmarks that's just for this campaign. So I should be able to get back to your stuff super easy each time. Persephone, I did email you a copy of your
My list.
yeah, of your character sheet, because I know we made that on my account at the house, so you
Yeah.
can go through and make your own D&D Beyond account at your leisure, and you can just copy and paste or just upload it to your account, and you'll have your character sheet too.
Okay,
There was
awesome.
a question.
Yes.
The leveling up, is it we're doing milestone or experience?
Oh, it's milestone. Yeah, it's for
Okay.
sure. Yeah, it's for sure milestone. Yeah. That's you know what, actually, as I found recently, which is one time I gave out inspiration points in the home game, and I forget what Getty did, but it was like some impassioned plea or something like that. It was like just the role play was just fucking mind blowing.
Oh yeah, it was a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I've noticed since then, like, everybody wants inspiration points, and it's like,
Oh yeah.
seriously, everybody around the table has really stepped up their fucking role play. Like waiting for that. Those good, and when you used them, boy, they came in handy too. They were fucking,
Yeah, But I held on to those for a minute.
yeah. So yeah, they've been kind of rare, but it's like I'm thinking more about that because we're doing milestone leveling in that game as well. And man, since you guys are getting like back closer to the source of information, like the signal to noise ratio, it's like you're having a hard time making out a lot of these things, but now you're getting closer and closer to the source of information. Man, you guys have been fucking finding shit out on the fly, man. It has been fucking amazing, like how things have been coming together lately.
Yeah, I mean it's, and before we talked about like all the potential leads for side quests that we had,
Mm-hmm.
and now it's very clear like where the hierarchy of things are, because the thing going on right now in Suzale is definitely time sensitive. So
Yes.
it's one of
Oh,
so,
yeah.
so it's one of those things where it's like that's our current focus. But then all this fucking shit about Midland just popped up in a floating city, and I'm like, well, no, like I mean, there's a strong there's a strong internal fight going on inside of Ivan, whether to say, like, Pip is lost, I need to figure this out,
Your
or
your reaction when you found out about Midland.
oh, dude, like I've been waiting for that. Like I've been waiting for that name to get dropped outside of conversation, to be like, oh, someone knows where it is, or somebody's been there, or like somebody's from there. You know, because Ivan's never been to Midland.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I'm not gonna spoil too much for the actual show, but like the, you know, one of the last things that Sergei ever told Ivan was never go to Midland.
Ooh.
Yeah, like he told him Midland has fallen. You know, you have no business there.
I think I remember you saying that, yeah.
Yeah, but now it's like, okay, that was some time ago. A lot has changed. Ivan's certainly gotten stronger, and he's starting to feel himself. Like he's starting to feel his confidence grow.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
so,
already I feel like really kind of invested in this game. It's so much fun playing with like everyone here and just like
this was a super fun first sesh, and I'm really sorry that I couldn't figure out the token thing on time.
no, the imagination is a lot of
But
fun too.
the theater of the mind thing was really fun, and the extra artwork that I was able to pull up and show you guys, so that was super fun too. You know, like
Yeah.
showing you Rose and Thorn and.
Vandarius messaged me there when we were playing, and I'm going to be playing Elder Scrolls Online with him tomorrow, so should be able to ask him a few questions for you.
Okay, cool. Yeah. It's just like the fog of war thing. It's like and revealing. You know, it's like I should just be able to show you this fucking map.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I'll figure it out. So I gotta. Nope. Bam. Nope.
By the way, Getty, your character reminds me of a Zorro, and it makes me laugh.
I never intended that, but you're absolutely right. Yeah.
I have to say, I'm loving figuring out Leliana's, personality and whatnot as we.
Oh, it's always fun to discover yourself in like a not you way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I've kind of went the opposite of my personality with. It's like you can ask Eddie or Joey or Zach. I talk a lot, and with this guy, I'm trying to be more like reserved and talk very little. Brooding kind of.
Less
Nobody
talking,
likes
more
a
listening.
brooding elf.
Yeah.
Well,
It makes it more effective when you want to talk.
I'll tell you what,
Joey-
though, I'd rather somebody be brooding than be a fucking edgelord.
True.
Right. Roger that.
Are we talking about Fenris?
No, no, like, I mean, I was really starting to like Nameless, and then he had to go and get him killed.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Well, no, it's fine. He wanted to die.
Is Fenris the guy you were telling me about last night, Zach?
Who? Nameless? No.
No.
No, that was Tree.
Mm.
That was
No,
Josh.
I said
That-
Fenris. I was talking about Dragon Age.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the
Oh,
elf
shit.
with the white hair.
The brooding elf.
Yeah.
Well,
No, but Liliana, I really like how your character is like we're starting to realize like she's religious, she's a bit reserved, more on the cautious side, and definitely more caring and nurturing than anyone else in the group.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of like
Well-
you're the mom of the group already, kind of like guilting
this-
us to like, hey, I
Well,
love
my-
it.
my guy.
You
like, he's
kids
a
be careful out there. Make sure you take some.
My guy, he's a ranger. He's a natural loner.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of like a cleric by nature, though, isn't it? Just like, okay, everybody have enough to eat.
Yeah, right?
Pretty much.
Oh, that's-
Everybody got their shoes on.
But rather be, safe than sorry.
The,
No,
the
I
only,
love it.
the only reason I went up the stairwell first was because I'm not worried about rolling a natural one because I have the lucky trait.
Oh yeah,
Nice.
That's good to know.
Nice.
that's actually really fucking cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I'm
wanted
not,
to go
I'm not
last because I
getting.
need ranged. I don't want to be within 5 feet and get that disadvantage.
True.
Oh yeah.
Plus, I can just hide behind Getty if I need to.
Not really, man.
Oh yes, I
Um,
can.
Outside of game, Okoda is fucking squishy.
Oh no.
He is super squish.
Well, no,
Yeah,
Right
isn't he
now.
a sorcerer?
Warlock.
Warlock.
Warlock. Okay,
No,
yeah. So
I'm-
we have 3 magic users and basically like 2 rogue-esque type of people.
No, when I
This is
when I
interesting.
when I say hide, I literally mean I can hide behind you
Oh yeah, yeah.
because I'm halfling.
That's right. You can hide behind almost anybody in this party.
Am I the tallest person in the group at 5'11"?
Probably.
I think you
Liliana's
are.
what,
I'm
5'7"?
yeah. I'm 5'8".
Yeah, I'm about that height.
I'm 4'3".
Yeah.
See,
Yeah,
which is
Liliana's
funny.
5'7".
That's pretty tall for a halfling, actually.
Same height as Jazzy then.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, when I was making this character, there's a table for the Triton that it's your quirk. So it's like it's a 1 through 6. So I rolled and I got he prefers to speak in Old English because that was what he learned. So like these and thous and like calling people heathens and shit like that.
You said
Perpetrators
you're
of treason.
squishy, right?
Damn
I'm
it.
very squishy.
Damn it.
Come
What's your hit points?
Okay, well, I tell you what. Hopefully, I will have you guys tokens by next week because it's looking like everything that I'm looking at right now is as you move your as you move your token around, it reveals areas of the map. So that black that you have, it's like
Oh.
as you move your token around, you'll reveal parts of the map. You'll be able to see it. So it's a new feature on Roll20 that they it's the advanced fog of war. So I just need to figure that out and figure out how to make your tokens and we should be fine with the rest of the map.
Okay.
And actually, I'm kind of digging though. Just Theater of the Mind has really been working.
Yeah,
so.
I honestly really like that too. But I think we should definitely try the map out and see if maybe we can combine the two, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. So.
Oh no, someone died.
What?
Oh no.
Who died?
Oh, Getty left. Yeah.
Getty.
Oh, whoops.
Bye, Getty.
Oh, you
No,
oh,
Getty-
you jumped out of the game.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're
So
out of
I'm
there.
not getting annoying or anything with like the whole Miguel thing, am I?
No, I think it's
No,
hilarious.
No,
Okay.
it's endearing.
it's funny.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's hilarious.
Because I see that backfiring, like not backfiring, but getting like tiring after a little bit.
No, I
No,
find
I
that
think it's
funny.
kind of endearing.
Oh, all right, guys. Well, I am going to. I've got to get up early tomorrow and start editing these chapters I recorded today. So I'm going to go ahead and hop off.
Yeah, same here.
And,
Yeah.
next
out
Wednesday, next Wednesday, same bat time, same bat channel, and who knows? We might.
Okay.
Who knows if? Oh shit! I'm recording right now. I need to turn this recording off. I'm still recording our audio through OBS. See, stop.